Happy Friday, socialites. Welcome to the 42 Social Club, the best damn social club in the universe. I am your host, Jedi ASU. Thank you again so much for spending some of your Friday with me and my most outstanding and excellent guest, Doug Haller. Today we're going to talk about plenty, since it's been, as he had mentioned, quite the week. So let's get into it. Make sure you pour yourself a drink, sit back, relax, and let's go ahead and get social. It is Friday, September 25th, 2020. And yes, there's going to be a lot to talk about today. So I am actually been looking forward to this one because I've been not only a, a stew of thoughts, but just an even more, I guess, thicker stew of emotions. So I just want to go ahead and introduce my man, Doug. You are online now. Good sir, how are you? Happy Friday.
Did I appreciate you having me. I'm doing well. I'm excited about the news that came out the other day. I had no idea what to expect, like most everybody else.
Right.
It seems like every day something different pops up, but I am glad that they're trying it. I'm sure we'll talk about that here in a second, but overall, doing well.
Absolutely excellent, and we'll jump into that. And so I did have a question. It was from one of my sources. His initials are Brad Denny, and said to refer to you as Coach Edwards did as William.
Yeah, I think it actually said on the Zoom call. I don't know if you can see it down there. It says William Howler.
Right.
Um, the tradition in my family is every uh, male is William on my dad's side is William something, and we all go by our middle names,
Okay.
which is a great tradition. But
Absolutely.
the first day of school was always difficult, because like William, I'm like no, they're like Billy, no, Bill, no, Will, no. I go by Doug, and then when you're in like fourth or fifth grade, you always kind of get those little looks like, what kind
Yeah.
of idiot is this guy? But yeah, whenever I have to fill out something official,
There you go.
always comes up as William.
Very nice. And so, what are you drinking tonight, by the way?
I am just kind of a straight beer guy, so I'm just going with Corona Light.
Very nice. I got something. I was showing this off yesterday. It is an next level, uh, hazy, juicy IPA. I'm doing the Pat Tillman Rula Bula pint
Nice.
glass. Yes, I was actually blessed enough to get one from Peggy for ASU Mike Rind. So he sent me one of those, and he actually surprised me with this box. He sent me two of these, one from 15 and 16, and a Coke bottle from the Rose Bowl.
Nice.
Yeah,
You
so
have,
it's
you have good friends.
I am thoroughly blessed, and as with blessed with you, so I can't thank you enough. But I know I wanted to jump into it, and so let's talk about the Pac-12 as a whole, right? We have the brand new news that it has been kind of rumbling, all because we're on the coattails of the Big Ten, right?
Right.
Pac-12 is coming back to play. Um, I've read your articles, but share with the viewers, what has the Pac-12 shared, this week about why'd they change their mind?
They kind I don't want to say they chose their words carefully, but they made sure to tell everybody that it wasn't about the money, which I tweeted that out at the time, and
Yeah.
got a lot of immediate feedback on that. I mean, every decision, and even Herm Edwards said today when he talked to us, every decision has a financial aspect to it.
Right.
Um, you know, the game changer was the agreement that was going to produce the rapid testing. So that was part of it. And then the local and state restrictions in California and Oregon, a change in those based on their current conditions,
Right.
was ultimately played a big hand as well. No one mentioned the fact that the Big Ten made this decision, and now that would have left the Pac-12 out. But I think anyone who looks at this can see that that was a major factor in all of this.
Right. That was a driving factor, if anything, right? I think that was some quote someone tweeted out. One of the coaches anonymously said, we got our heads so far up the big's butt that we can't even think for ourselves, which is unfortunate, right? I guess that's back to a leadership question, which we'll talk about later. But like you said, it sounds like everyone was very measured with their response.
Yeah, and I mean, I understand that. I mean, they have to be. I mean, they were put in a very bad position. I mean, they're the last major conference to make this decision,
Right.
and now it looks like, you know, appears that they just don't want to be left out, and they're a perfectly legit reasons for not
Hmm.
wanting to be left out, for wanting to play, competitive reasons, recruiting reasons, perception reasons. But it just seemed to me that when they, I think it was on September 3rd, announced the relationship with Quidel Corporation about the rapid testing,
Right.
that was their moment. That was their moment, Jedi. I mean,
Yeah.
that was the time for Larry Scott to go to California state government officials, to go to Oregon and say, we got this. This is a game changer. What can we do? What can we do to get our guys back on the practice field? That was his time to call every school in the Pac-12 and say, how much time do you need? That was
Th-
the moment. They missed it.
That was, and I totally agree with you, right? Because again, it was one of those one of those moments where they could have just Gavin. It was, how do I say this? Gavin Newsom just clowned Larry Scott in the sense that he just said, "We haven't heard anything from them. We haven't heard
Right.
anything from the conference." So that just compounds the incompetence perception, right? Because, like you said, as soon as we know, then because it's like, I guess it was like a plan to come back. They never filed one. And to your point, if they had done that, then they wouldn't have had to. They would have. It would have just been so much better. But I guess it's just because he is so short sighted, it never was done, and it
Right.
just
Well, and they had
languished.
some, yeah, they had some security with the Big Ten, and thinking like, we'll play in the winter, the spring. We have a partner. We'll have our own season. It'll be fine. And maybe it would have been. And to be honest, we don't know. I mean, we
Of
don't.
course.
Maybe the Pac-12 in their measured, deliberate approach, maybe they come out looking like, what, we had it right from the get-go. We don't know that. But the SEC, Big 12, everyone's getting ready to start back up. It's not like college football has had a smooth,
No.
opening to this.
Right.
20 some games already being postponed. Mike Norvell at Florida State gets, has to
He caught
self
it.
isolate. So it hasn't
Malzahn
been
had it
real
early
smooth.
on in the season, right? Didn't he? Did,
I think that was
was it someone
not
else?
accurate. Yeah, you
Oh,
said
it was.
Malzahn, right?
I thought it was Gus Malzahn, or was it someone else? I thought
No,
someone had it back, months ago.
I don't think it was Gus, but
Okay.
I mean, it just, I mean, just think for a second. Florida State, what if someone on the Arizona State staff, Mike Norvell is still what, 23? I mean,
Yeah.
that's what he looks like, 34, I think, but 35 maybe. You know, you have a staff that Herm Edwards, mid 60s, Marvin, Herm is in better shape than all of us, so I don't
Yes.
think he would be at risk. But Marvin Lewis, Dave Christensen's approaching 60. I mean, there's, it would be a different conversation if something like that ripped through the Arizona State coaching staff.
Exactly. I think, and that's the thing too. It's like now it's not, and it's not necessarily about survivability. And it's interesting too because everyone's really focusing on, okay, you're not going to die from COVID, but now it's like, okay, what are those lingering issues if they're going to be any? And again, that's part of the we don't know, right? Because I guess it was Ryan Newsom that was Brad Denny wrote up on him, right? And he had it horrifically, but now he's back, right? And he's okay, and he was able to recover. Again, I don't know if that's just a youth thing or if it's something else. But again, I guess that's the biggest question. But to your point, right, about Pac-12 being measured and controlled, watch them watch them be the only conference not to have a game canceled, right? Because they are starting so late and they are approached and they are being mindful of it. But who knows?
Well, if Herm talked to the media today for about 35 minutes, and my main takeaway from that, he didn't come out and say it, but what he to me, I think if you asked him privately or what he's telling his inner circle, I'm not sure he thinks that they're going to make it through 7 games just
Mm,
based on what everything else has had. Now, he mentioned that the testing, once they get it up and running, that's going to be good. They'll be able to identify positive cases right away, and get them away and all of that. But he made it clear that just because they have a start date for the third time, that this is a week by week thing
okay.
starting yesterday. I mean, and just, I mean, he even said, he goes, we don't know what it's going to look like on November 6th. We don't know what it's
Hmm.
going to look like next week. So, we'll have to see. I think there'll be some obstacles. I just don't know. Maybe the Pac-12 is better off prepared to handle it. I don't know.
And that's like you said, it's every day. It's every day. It's every week at a time. But you said something very curious, and this is actually something that I hadn't heard much on. You said Coach Edwards mentioned something about when the testing gets on campus. Does that mean that the equipment isn't on site yet?
No, it's there.
Okay.
It is there. They're just right now going through the training,
Hmm.
training their staff. So there's just basically so they know how to get their test results. Now he did say, I mean, I think at the time Larry Scott said that these would produce test results in 15 minutes,
Mm-hmm.
which sounds miraculous. When Herb talked about it today, he said that he would get results in 2 hours, which
Mm.
a little bit different, but still, it's not like you're waiting 24 to 48.
Right. It's
Uh,
still a day, and you're able to get those results fairly quickly. But maybe it's again, hopefully, it's just a training thing. I
yeah,
mean,
that's what it sounds like to me, Rob.
okay.
A training things for right now.
Yeah, that makes sense. And so, one of the other things that I was trying to, and I'm drawing a blank because it was oh, here we go, and the Pac-12 um, press conference yesterday,
Mhm.
and someone else mentioned this about um, Ray Anderson mentioned this about not only the physical and longevity, but also the mental health of players. Did they talk about that at all, either in the ASU presser or anymore on the Pac-12 presser?
Um, Not that I remember, or not that I recall a lot.
Okay.
It may have been mentioned briefly about. Are you talking about just the had they not played, just athletes just going through this much time period with without being a part of something? Is that what you're
Right,
talking about?
and also, and I think the way they mentioned it is also that they were looking at their counterparts in other regions playing,
Mhm.
right? And I think that was, I guess that's how it was said, right? Is like not only was Ray Anderson worried concerned about their physical health, but also their mental health.
Okay.
Implying that okay, we're seeing other people play, right? So I wasn't sure if that was dug into more during yesterday's call or today's call.
Not so much. I mean, Herm was asked about it, and he said everyone is dealing with has dealt with it in different ways.
Hmm.
Um, I do think being in that environment within the locker room, whether
Right,
they play or they don't play, I think it's probably better off. I don't know. I know a lot of people in my business have made the argument that being on campus in a locker room, or they're safer, they're not
right.
not going to get it more if they were out. I mean, we don't know what these kids do. I mean, I'm not going to say that when guys go outside the locker room that they live recklessly, probably, but I'm not going to just come out and say that.
They're college
Um,
kids. I mean, we were all
right,
reckless at that age.
right. So yeah, I mean, obviously that's a huge part of it, especially with other conferences going on and having to watch that. I mean, I do understand that element. I do think it's a big part of the discussion.
Hmm.
Um, we'll have to wait and see. That I talked to Frank Darby, who's probably, Frank is always, you know, volume full throttle,
He's always
and
at 11.
and he, I could hear in his voice just he wanted to get out there. I mean, he had so much at stake. He said, "This is the biggest season of my life." I, it would have been really interesting if you could follow around someone like that when they have something like that, their dream taken away from them, just to see how they react. But so for the kids, I'm really really glad that they get to go out there and play.
Right.
I just hope it's I just hope it comes off and unfolds the way that everyone hopes it will.
Yeah, and I think that's the whole thing too. I think everyone has to realize, like you said, Coach said, it's a week to week, and who knows what we're going to be talking about next Friday, right? Who knows what changes we're going to face this next week? So that's always the curiosity. No, and that makes absolute sense. And so then with the season announced, right, and we're going live the 7th of November, right?
November 6th, the
November
Friday.
6th. Okay. Oh, we couldn't get away from that, could we? Hopefully, we're not on that Friday kickoff. Given and again, I don't know how much access you've had or what the ASU has told you or who you've talked to, but how has ASU football been preparing, and do they feel they're ready and healthy enough to avoid injuries and do a 6 week season, 7 week season? I'm sorry.
Well, I don't think they're there yet. They're in good shape though, compared to some conference or some schools, particularly in Oregon and California. When they hit pause in August,
Right.
they pretty much shut it down. Um, some let their students go or their athletes go home. Arizona State, first of all, Arizona State felt pretty good where they were at
Okay.
before it got shut down.
Hmm.
I talked to Zach Hill, the offensive coordinator, and he felt, the offense had been completely installed. They were learning a new offense in the spring,
Right.
through Zoom calls and what they were allowed to do. And up to that point, they were allowed 20 hours a week to do walkthroughs, weight training. I think they were only, they couldn't work in groups. They couldn't, go out and
Hmm.
do 11 on 11 or anything. Once they hit pause, that got reduced to 12 hours, and only
Wow.
5 could be on the field, but they still felt pretty good about their readiness. So, Herm's always said he needs 6 weeks. He has 6 weeks. Just based on the fact that they didn't have anybody opt out.
Hmm.
Um, I think I think everyone's always looked at USC as the front runner in the South, but I think just the way Arizona State has kind of positioned itself throughout all this, they've maybe inched a little bit closer. I think it's between USC and Arizona State, but
Yeah.
we'll see. I mean, right now everything's just on paper, so we don't know. But right now, I think Arizona State's in a pretty good position.
I really am excited about the new offense. I'm actually curious about the new defense. Right? Is it supposed to be a little bit simpler? I've heard, but at least it's not supposed to be as complex per se as the 3-3-5 with Coach G. But I don't know what has been Marvin and Antonio Pierce's feedback on the defense.
Well, first of all, just in regards to Danny Gonzalez, and there's a tendency for people in my business, and I'm guilty of it as well,
Hmm.
that when you have an old coach go out, the new coach come in, everything that the new coach does initially shines in comparison to the old coach. And that would not be fair to Danny Gonzalez, because what Danny Gonzalez did during his time at ASU, the 2 seasons there, pretty remarkable
It
stuff.
was.
If you looked at the numbers prior to his arrival,
Oh,
the big
absolutely.
plays, and you could look at any of the numbers, the big plays given up, scoring defense, yardage, all of that, the improvement there was pretty incredible.
Yes, it
And,
was.
to get down to where they were last year, I think they gave up 22 points per game.
It
I
was
think if
great.
I'm,
It was a brilliant number.
yeah. I mean, he whatever they do this coming season, Danny Gonzalez laid that foundation.
Yes.
So,
Okay.
I think you're right. I think it's going to be similar, what they do. Um, I think there's probably going to be maybe some creative things they could do as far as getting to the quarterback. I
Okay.
mean, hopefully, my goodness, they need to.
Yes,
uh,
that absolutely has to change. Absolutely.
that was a problem last year, but they think they're so good, on the back end and at the corners with Chase Lucas and Jack Jones. I mean, I've written it before, but I don't. Jack, I think, has NFL talent, and
Hmm.
Chase is going to be a 4-year starter in the Pac-12. I mean,
That's unreal. I mean, when was the last time we had a 4-year
I mean,
starter
right, right. You just don't see that very
back
much.
there? Absolutely.
So they think they're going to be so good back there they can place a man and actually, give those guys some time up front to get to the quarterback. That's the big question everybody will have is, who's going to emerge as that pass rusher? Will it be someone on the defensive line, or will they have to, work Merlin Robertson or somebody in there to do that? But, 8 starters back from a unit that played pretty well last year. I expect the defense to be, one of the top 3 in the Pac-12.
That's going to be, like I said, that's all that came together. I was really excited about it because there was a lot of, even though it was new systems, there was just so many bodies that returned. And again, I guess that's a benefit of having started so many young bodies to be able to be part of something more, we'd have more longevity, right? And more
Right.
experience going that together. Shout out to everyone in the chat room. We have Paul Hornstein, Justin Pressegard, Andrew Trailer, and PJ Saturno. Guys, thank you always for joining everyone else that is in the chat or in the video. As always, make sure you post your questions for Doug or myself in there. Justin Pressegard did say something. I don't know if you heard about that. Have they discussed media accessibility for fall practice?
They have.
They discussed it.
It's not good. No,
Okay.
yeah, I don't think any reporter will get anywhere near a football practice
Hmm.
this year.
Okay.
Um, I don't think, I won't, anybody, myself, Brad Denny, we're not going to interview Jaden Daniels one-on-one or in a group.
There.
And even, how it is right now is, at games, at Sun Devil Stadium, we'll go up to the press box. We won't leave, if we're allowed, it's going to be reduced capacity up there.
Right.
We won't leave the press box. We'll have to do everything on Zoom. It's going to be Zoom all year this year, and I wouldn't be surprised if it's all Zoom next year too.
That's interesting. So, do you think that some of the continued spread and even the protocols you think will continue into the 2021 season?
Well, yeah, I think we're going to be dealing with this in some form
Okay.
uh, into next year. I really, really hope I'm wrong, but I
Agreed.
do. Um, as a journalist, I just, my main concern is, will we ever get that access back?
Right.
I don't know. I mean, the NFL, I was helping out on the Cardinals for a little bit
Hmm.
these past few weeks, and they still let us go out to practice every day for like 20 minutes. We were really far out though, and every day that we went in there, we had to get our temperature taken, answer a series of
Okay.
questions. So there was a lot of things that we had to do just to be able to do that. But
Right.
I don't think we're going to be doing well. There won't be any sort of in-person press conferences for a while.
Got it. Now, do your girls play this game called Among Us? Have you seen that?
I wish I knew what my girls played. they are always, I mean, trying to keep up with that. I mean, every time
I
I'm
know.
going, my daughter used to send me, I don't even know what it is. It was just a game on the phone, and we would play back and forth, and then she doesn't even, I try to play with it. She doesn't even respond anymore. Um, I'm not sure what they play anymore, but I probably should.
And
But
the only
they
reason I
say a
bring
bad
that,
parent.
and the only well, no, the only it's kind of relevant because the only the reason I asked it is because it's these multicolored hazmat suits. All it is just a hazmat suit dome, no arms, just 2 feet that run around, and just like this mirrored, uniform. So have your girl show it to them. It's like maybe you could interview everyone like that, you know, and do that as well. But that's the other thing is that brilliant news about football, right now, obviously, but the one that I'm really excited about, and the one that has actually been getting a lot of movement and a lot of discussion and a lot of exciting plans was about hoops, specifically ASU hoops, right? There's been a
But that,
lot of very positive chatter, right? I mean, how much, what can you share about that? Obviously, I think they've been ranked in some polls recently as well, right? Like fairly well ranked.
yeah. Well, I've lived in Arizona since 2013 or 2003. There's never been a time in July, August, September where Arizona State basketball was even part of the conversation.
Right.
Even when you go back to James Harden's sophomore year, which is when I began covering the
Hmm.
team, uh, there was some optimism. But the year before they had not made the NCAA tournament.
Hmm.
Um, so with the addition of Josh Christopher, Marcus Bagley, and it kind of came in waves.
Right.
First there was Marcus early, and then the anticipation and the buildup and the uncertainty of Josh Christopher's
Yes.
decision and how that went down. And then it was like, well, what's Alonzo Verge going to do? And then the last one was Remy. It's almost like they scripted it that way.
Just to
But
keep everyone interested.
right. And Remy has to come last. I mean, he does have to come last.
He
But
does.
no, I mean, for people, and I'm not even sure some of my editors at The Athletic understand this. Um, if you don't follow Arizona State basketball, or even seeing them like, well, Seth Davis has him in his top 25, or Andy Katz has him 14th, or whatever. If you're on the outside, it's like, oh, Bobby Hurley has a good team. But if you've actually covered the program and you actually know the program, you do
Right.
not understand how big a deal that is for people in this market. People who have followed this team for so long. Arizona State has had good years, but Arizona State hasn't in a very, very long time approached a season with with this type of expectations, with this type of excitement.
Absolutely. I mean, we can actually, even if you share it to, you can actually put it in perspective. Not since the 1900s have we had that kind and it was like, the early 70s, I think. But it's like, yeah, it's been, and it's rather, and I think that's why it's, truth be told, I was, yesterday with the announcements, I was more excited about hoops returning than I was with football, only because it sounds like there's a more bubble like plan, if you will,
Yeah.
for those teams to work. I mean, I haven't heard anything else recently about how they're going to treat them, but what have you heard about how they're going to try to keep these teams together? Although I did hear one about in Las Vegas, but what have you heard?
Just that everything's kind of still on the table, that
Okay.
they're doing certain things. To be honest, Jedi, I haven't really dug into where the scheduling is on that yet.
Mm,
Um, and I've asked some questions, and I've just been told, let's just wait until the Pac-12 gives the thumbs up.
okay.
So, and that was just yesterday. So some answers from that will be coming, but it was just to know Bobby Hurley and how just driven he is and how intense he is. Uh, the fact that he put everything kind of on paper that looks like Arizona State has some real potential, and then to have something totally out of anyone's control threaten it to take it away.
Right.
It, it would just be really interesting just to kind of be a fly on the wall when he got the news that maybe this wasn't going to happen or whatever. But I'm sure he was a happy guy to find out that everything was going to
Yeah.
unfold as planned.
I think it might have been just started back during the tournament, right? Because at the Pac-12 tournament, because like I was talking with Kyle Dodd, like everyone was there, and then there was all these
Yep.
whispers. Then all of a sudden it got canceled, and it got canceled right when the team was supposed to take the field, take the court, right? And so that's I would hope that he kind of destroyed the room back then and then kind of waited and then was able to go ahead and okay, I'm just it's like one of those assassins just sitting in a chair in the dark with just waiting, and all of a sudden now he's like, okay, now I can do something, because that was one of the questions, is like, is basketball practicing, given, or they could they do anything other than practice before yesterday's announcement?
Yeah, they've been working out,
Okay.
doing their drill work with certain restrictions in place. But just getting back to the Pac-12 tournament,
Yep. Sure.
that was one of the more surreal days I can be a part of, as far as just on the job.
Right.
Being in Las Vegas, this place where there's supposed to be all this activity and excitement, and just all these dominoes, falling from the NBA hitting pause, and I think Tom Hanks announced he had COVID on the
Right.
same day, and then the announcement that there were going to be no fans, and it was just really eerie to be in a place like Las Vegas and see everything just clear out
Wow.
in a matter of hours. And I mean, it was unfortunate. I, I've said this before. I'm not, I'm more cautious and I don't throw out these bold predictions. But I actually thought Arizona State was going to win in Vegas because
100%.
I thought they had a nice draw. I thought they were going to get to the, they played Washington State. I thought they would get to the conference championship game or the title game, the tournament title game, and that would be their big test. And they would beat Oregon. I thought they were going to win.
They were peaking at the right time. They were all falling together. They were all playing well. They were all healthy and just doing the absolute right thing. The confidence was through the roof, and they had the skill and the time. They had beat. They split the series. I think they split with Oregon, and everyone else they had done well, right? The
It would
only
have,
one.
it
Go
would have
ahead.
been Washington State and then probably UCLA, which I think they could have beaten UCLA.
Hmm.
And then probably, I mean, whoever comes out of the other side of the bracket, probably
Right.
Oregon. But, I just felt Remy Martin had something to prove. And I just felt it just seemed like that they found something with Alonzo Verge there in the second half of the season. And
Yes.
they were really, they were really clicking.
It was, and that was the other thing. Now, did you? That was kind of, and I did. I know we talked about some of the questions, but baseball was kind of clicking as well, right? Did you get to cover any of that early on, or was it primarily just basketball you were
Yeah,
covering?
no, yeah, I've just been, and some of the subscribers at the Athletic have, emailed me and asked me to start doing some baseball, but we've talked about it, but I've just been football and basketball at that time. But yeah,
Got
I
it.
mean, I'm aware of it. I haven't been to any games in a number of years, but
Mhm.
I am aware of you know, there's what they had coming back, and the situation with Tracy and how this was going to be a big year for them. Of course, the draft kind of reflects their talent level, how well they did in the MLB draft.
Exactly. I mean, and that's the other thing too. It's like hopefully they're able to kind of bounce back. I think they're a top 10 class now. I don't quote me on that, but I just wasn't sure what else it was. But with basketball and kind of what was it? Kyle Dodd kind of shared his experience, but like you said, it completely cleared out. So when he was walking in the MGM, he kind of said like there was no one playing games. It's like you could just heard all the noise going on at the slots, but like no one was there to play. Right? I mean, did you drive or fly, or how'd you get out of Vegas?
I did not leave until the next day.
Okay.
And I had some friends in Vegas who were there to watch the tournament. So all of us couldn't get our flight out until the next day. So
Mm.
we hung out there. What did we do? I think we did play blackjack for a while, which was kind of strange. And we actually went to a comedy club, which in hindsight was probably a terrible decision. Um, so we did. I think we went to Brad Garrett's comedy club in the basement of the MGM.
Got it.
Very funny. not a great decision. But we all survived it. But yeah, it was weird to see a place like, the casino floor at these major resorts just be not. It wasn't a ghost town, but it was just people just had other things on their mind. It was just really kind of eerie.
I mean, even at 4 or 5 o'clock in the casino, right? Even though there's a few bodies, there's still people playing, right? And I can only imagine it was less than that, right? Just so few people just not even paying attention, even though everyone wanted them there. It's just like, yeah, no one was really cared, which is actually just like you said, must have been surreal. Because all I,
Well, yeah, I mean, I remember sitting at the blackjack table, and everyone's just kind of talking about when they're getting out of town, and how what else is going to shut down, and no one's really paying attention. I mean, people, blackjack, you just get into a habit of just seeing the cards and just hit, stay, whatever.
right.
And no one's really keeping track if they're making money or losing money. And the dealer wasn't happy. I remember that the dealer did not want to be there,
Wow.
but yeah.
Probably because it was just, well, I'd be curious to see if it was just so damn slow or if it was just, you're not making much money at all. But I don't, I mean, I can just, they, did Vegas shut down the casinos shortly after?
I think it was within a week after, if I remember right.
Wow.
Yeah.
It's amazing how much in just a week everything else is just changing out there. But that is just wild. I just, yeah. And then now, so it was all Zoom calls. You haven't been to the stadium, at the football stadium, this last season.
I have not stepped foot. The last time I was at Arizona State was the Tempe campus, was probably the last basketball home game. So in
Okay.
March.
Got it. Okay. So it was
Yeah.
that was, oh, okay. Got it. So it was before the tournament then. But then but you were out, where's the practice facility for the cards? Out there near the stadium?
For the Cardinals,
Yeah.
it's on Warner Road, but yeah, it's not near. It's not near the stadium. It's in Tempe.
Oh, really? I didn't know it was that far away. Okay.
Yeah, they have training camp at the stadium in Glendale, and then their practice facility is just kind of near Awatuki, to be honest.
Oh, interesting. So now are you going to cover any of the games, or that now that
I've
basketball?
I've covered the first two, but now, I mean, I when the Pac-12 got put on pause, I didn't want to be a sports journalist just sitting around not doing anything. So I volunteered to. I just told my editors, like, hey, if you need some help on the Cardinals, let me know. So
Got it.
I just went out there and helped, and then the deal was kind of if the Pac-12 starts back up, I'll shift back to Arizona State, and then just kind of keep an eye on the Cardinals. So that's what
Got
I'm
it.
doing now.
Now, how different is it with the Athletic now compared to some of the other gigs that you've had? Because I mean, I love my subscription. I love everything there. I love what you guys are doing. But how different is it relative to what you had before?
It's the biggest difference is that they don't expect a story every day, and
Okay.
the reason for that is not to make it easy. It's just they want us to make the extra phone call, develop, different storylines. They want us to always have stuff long term that we're working on
Hmm.
while we're kind of doing the daily stuff.
Okay.
So that's kind of the biggest thing, and sometimes it's hard. I'll just when we started up, when I first took the job there, they said, we want your first story to be kind of a big splash. So I thought, like, what could I do that would be a big splash? And I remember one of the Herm's first press conferences, he mentioned Reggie Jackson. He was good friends with Reggie Jackson, lived in the same
Hmm.
neighborhood. They were neighbors. So I thought, you know what? I'm going to track down Reggie Jackson. Tracking down Reggie Jackson is not really easy.
No.
So I talked to his web people, or he has a website, and I was talking
Right.
to his email and his web guy back and forth. And, he wouldn't tell me no. He's like, yeah, I think this might be able to work. You might do it. Talked to him on the phone, emailed him. And this went on for, gosh, at least 6 weeks. And then finally I realized this isn't going to happen.
Mm,
He wasn't going to do it. So I had to put that on the back shelf and go a different direction for my first big splash story. But, those are the types of stories that they really, really want us to pursue, stories that, that just take more time to report.
right.
Um, how it's been lately, I mean, it's, like any media company, when there's a pandemic and sports shut down, I mean, we had to make some changes. We feel like, right now we just passed 1 million subscribers, which is
Wow.
huge.
Yeah.
So, for a company that's in its, fourth year, that's pretty amazing. So, I love it. I just passed my 2-year anniversary, and I have some pretty, hopefully exciting things coming up that's I'm still working on. But
Okay.
that's the thing I like most. Is just I have deep reporting projects. One I've been reporting on for 3 months now. So that's the thing that I really like to do.
And that Reggie Jackson article came to fruition earlier this year,
Eventually,
though.
a year and a half later. Let me finish that story. So yeah, I went with this web guy back and forth, and finally I realized, I'm like, this isn't going to happen.
Right.
So whenever I saw Herm one-on-one, I'd ask him, I'm like, you still talking to Reggie? What's going on with Reggie? And Herm, Herm, he has a story for everything. The guy knows
That
everybody.
must be the best, though, just to
I
get a
would love to
story
see
from
his phone. I would love to see just who's in his phone.
the
I
text,
didn't
the
want to ask
random
him.
text of what he gets. Oh, that must be amazing.
I didn't want to ask him for his phone number because I didn't want to put him on the spot like
Fair.
that. So after we went through the season, I would check in with the website guy every now and then, and just wasn't getting anywhere. And then I think after sports shut down,
Okay.
I said, you know what, I'm going to try to find Reggie again. I went through the Yankees.
Ah,
The PR, the media guy with the Yankees, I can't remember his name, but he was an Oregon graduate, and he's like, yeah, I know. He said, I know who you are from the Pac-12. You
oh,
cover
cool.
Arizona State. I'm like, I'm in. He goes, I think we can make this happen. I'll send Reggie I'll send Reggie an email. If you don't hear from him within a couple weeks, get back with me.
Okay.
Like, okay. I told my wife, like, I think this is going to happen. 2 weeks went by. I emailed the PR guy back with the Yankees, and it bounced back and said he's no longer with the organization. So he had left. He had taken another job. So it said, it gave me someone else's name, and I emailed them, and they said, yeah, we forwarded that on to Reggie. That's all we're going to do. So once again, I thought, okay, this isn't going to happen. So this is where I should have started. The Athletic has reporters all over the country.
Of course.
Yeah, I mean, so I just sent out a message and said, does anyone have a number for Reggie Jackson? And one of our national reporters said, I have one. It's old. I don't know if it still works. And I said, was it a cell number that I could, because usually I like to text people if I just blind call them.
Of course.
They said, I don't know. I said, is it an office number? I don't know. So I texted Reggie, Doug Haller, I work for the Athletic. I want to do a story on you and Herm Edwards and your relationship, and maybe talk to you about your Arizona State days. Never heard a word.
Okay.
Texted again, nothing. And then finally one day I said, I just called the number. It was Reggie's voice, but it says, I can't remember the outgoing message, but it was his voice, but the mailbox was full because of your message. So, I mean, it was just, I was just not getting, at least I knew I had his number though. And then one day I called again, and same thing. And that day I'm making lunch for my girls, and the phone rings, and I look at myself, and I had his number plugged in. It said Reggie Jackson. So I said, hello. And it was him. And he said, did you call? I couldn't leave a message. So, Reggie Jackson just saw a missed call and just dialed it back, which was kind of surprised that he would do. he just dialed it back. So I had to, and then you get somebody like that on the phone, someone who, doesn't probably appreciate somebody he doesn't know calling him on a cell phone.
Right.
So I had like 15, 20 seconds of time, who I was, what I wanted, and just trying to keep him on the phone, because usually you get one chance at someone like that. And if you hang up, you're not going to get him back. But he said, like, yeah, I'll talk to you, but I can't do it now. He said, call me tomorrow. And then I called him back tomorrow, and he didn't answer. but he did call back, and he talked to me for as long as I needed him. So it worked out. And he didn't want to go into his ASU days in detail as much as I'd hoped. But by that time, I'd had time to, I'd read, a biography on him. I had done all kinds of research, so I could fill in the gaps pretty well there. And I had talked to a number of his old teammates. So I was in good shape. I was to a point where even if I didn't get him, I could have still written the story. But yeah, Reggie was always kind of like, I started ASU when Rudy Carpenter was, in school. So, I missed out on all the history. So I've had to go back and learn. And he was always a guy that I was always interested in. So it was really cool to catch up with him.
And Paul Hornstein on there said it was a great story, and I loved it as well because it was just one of
Thank
those.
you.
He's one of those Sun Devils that you just kind of want to be able to hear more from, right? I'm hopefully he's able
Yeah.
to still share about his time at ASU because I would love to hear that. I mean, hopefully it's not something that's like a bad memory or something he doesn't want to talk about.
Well, and I had talked to people at ASU beforehand, and there were people who have been uh, at ASU for years and said, I've never seen him on campus at all.
Right.
And, that was kind of the thing. That was the angle in the story that I used
Mhm.
because Herm, once they, was trying to get him back. And
Right.
Reggie was supposed to come back for the Oregon game last year. I mean,
Okay.
what a game that he could have been at, but
Oh man.
weather was bad in Northern California and he didn't feel comfortable flying. But he, now of course, who knows, but, he says, I need to be out there. I need to go out there and see a game. And he's actually wanting to start a scholarship at ASU
Right. That's
for
so cool.
underprivileged kids. So, I've heard that from Herm, and I talked about it with Reggie, and so it would be really cool if that actually came to pass.
If he came to the Oregon game, one, ESPN would have been kept looking at him. They wouldn't have. I mean,
Right.
they were here to watch Oregon, right? And then if he was there, they would have just kept the camera on him the entire time. And whatever game he does come back, whatever network's covering it, they're going to absolutely just gobble it up. I mean, I'm going to gobble it up as a fan regardless, right? But I just can't wait. It was just like you said, you had a brilliant story of just painting his relationship, but also how he wants to come back, how he wants to be part of the university again, which is so thrilling. So that's why it's just, I guess, not only Herm being here, but, hopefully, your story has been part of that because I can't wait for it. I just cannot wait to see that as well. So that was actually just a brilliant, brilliant article. So thank you.
Thank you.
No, absolutely. And everyone else. So again, um, so this was, so now transitioning to that, right? I know I had a couple questions as well. And thank you for the athletic and anyone on the chat, anyone that's watching the replay, definitely get your athletic subscription because obviously you want to be able to get your stuff from Doug, but also just a brilliant team of writers. I mean, it's just so many people that they've had, and even then, some unfortunately that they've had to let go. Still brilliant writers that hopefully now that sports are coming back, they'll be able to bring them back in a return capacity because it's always just a great, like you said, you can tell and feel the quality of the article versus some instead of something that someone has to churn out.
Yeah. Well, I mean, and like I said, when people ask me about it and they go, well, I mean, because there's a lot of Arizona State content done by a lot of really talented Arizona State writers. I just say, like, well, what professional sport do you like? Or who are you a fan of? And someone told me, like, well, I'm a big Packers fan. I'm like, well, our Packers reporters are pretty good. And, if they say I like the NFL, I mean, what else you get? Our MLB team is really awesome. Our NBA team is awesome. So, it's, if you like sports writing, it's pretty good.
What are they not covering, right? Because I'd imagine there's an Olympics team, but I just don't know which sports the athletic hasn't covered yet.
We had a Olympic plan before it was put on pause. I mean, right now, all the soccer overseas does really well for us.
Right.
The English soccer, all of that. I mean, that does really well. What don't we cover? I mean, I guess you could just start with me. I mean, I just do the two major ASU sports, and that's been a discussion for a long time about, do you start doing, if there's a big story in women's basketball, if there's a big story with wrestling, you got to pick your spots.
Right.
Hockey is a great example. And I think Craig Morgan, when he was with us, did some hockey stuff, but that is probably the next step. That will be the next step for me. I don't know when that will happen, but I would not be surprised if it does.
Excellent. Nope, that makes perfect sense. What else have you been able to do during the pandemic that you haven't been able to do normally with sports being on?
Well, that's a good question. I'm kind of a old school baseball nut.
Okay.
Getting back to, that was my favorite sport growing up in the 70s and 80s. I'm aging myself right now. So what I did was I was a Reds fan, Cincinnati Reds fan. So I've always heard about the 1975 World Series, the greatest World Series ever played. I'm well aware of Game Six and Carlton Fisk hitting the
Were
home
you a
run.
fan during the Marge Schott years?
Unfortunately, yeah.
That's all. And
Not
the
the
only reason I know of Marge Schott is because Howard Stern would always do some kind of crazy stuff about her. So anyway, I didn't mean to interrupt, but I just want to make sure.
Yeah, it was kind of not the best years to be a Reds fan. But so, I've always heard about Game Six. I knew the highlights, but I never actually watched it. So I just went on YouTube and I watched, the entire World Series 1 through 7.
Wow.
And then I watched, then I just like best World Series on YouTube. And I think I watched the entire 1991 World Series with the Twins and the Braves. The Twins won that in 7 games.
Okay.
Um, I watched a lot of old baseball. I watched some Final Fours from years past. That's how I would get up. I'm kind of a morning person. I get up early,
Okay.
and then while I'm kind of eating, and so I like to run. So before I hydrate and all that stuff, I just watch YouTube on sports, and that's what I did a lot. I read a lot. We went to California. We have relatives. My wife has family there. We went
Right
to
on.
California and just socially isolated as best we could, or isolated, distanced ourselves on the beach as
Right.
best we could. Um, and then just tried to, be in a house of, I have 3 girls and, I'm the only male. So just trying to, get away and spend time in the garage just to get as much, male time as I possibly could, without being around, I love being around them. Don't get me wrong,
Right.
but a lot of women in the house bossing me around.
Yeah, because that's the same. We've kind of talked about this as well. My son Padawan too. He has three moms, right? It's his mom, and then his twin sister, and then his older sister. So, like you said, he comes. I'm in the garage, right? So he comes out here, and it's like, okay, I just need. He actually, we were at Home Depot. I had to buy a toolbox, so I got this really nice one, and he turned around and literally crapped his pants because it was a crowbar. Just must have been like a 36-inch yellow crowbar, and he had money, so he bought it. So now he's breaking down boxes and everything in the backyard. I'm like, here's some more stuff. And then he's like, and then he walks in, and I'm like, did you clean it up? He's like, no. I'm like, it's 2 parts: destroy and clean up. Come on. So exactly, making sure you're getting out there. But Paul Hornstein actually had a good question, good comment in there. It was batter's interference on Armbrister. That's what he was saying.
uh, I thought probably it was. Carlton Fisk sure did complain about it, but yeah, it was one of those bang bang plays for sure.
Right.
Now, whether or not he actually disrupted Carlton Fisk or Carlton's throw, I don't know. But I mean, by the textbook definition, I would say yeah.
Got it. Well, he would be, and I think his Twitter handle is ph1964. He has a West Coast hockey podcast, so talks a ton about ASU hockey. But he's a huge baseball nut as well. And I remember he was telling stories when he was on the show, and he was talking about him and his friends there in New York. They'd be on the stoop, and they would actually stand. They would have the batting stance, and they would actually have to call out who it was. So that's how they.
Oh,
So,
really? That's cool.
yeah. So I was like, all right. So shout out to Paul, and hopefully he's able to connect with you that way. But that was actually good. So I do have a couple questions for you. We're coming up at the top of the hour. I have one here from I wish I didn't know. Hopefully you can see that. So I'm going to read you a question, and there are 4 answers, and one of them is correct. Here's a question. Not everyone wants to taste an entire rainbow. Which Skittles color was voted the least favorite flavor in a survey? A, yellow or lemon, B, orange, C, purple, which is grape, or D, red strawberry?
Well, the answer should be A.
And it
That
is.
that would okay. That was it. That's what the answer should be, but I don't always trust everybody to make the right decision on these things. So
Oh,
I can't.
exactly.
To be honest, I can't remember the last time I've had Skittles.
See,
Are you
that's
are you a Skittles person?
see, I am, but like you said, again, because we've aged ourselves, and I have crossed over. I don't eat a lot of candy anymore. I don't eat a lot of candy, not a lot of. Although I did indulge myself, and I went and bought donuts. So I actually did that. So I was actually okay. But I agree with you. I'm not a big, I can't do a lot of candy anymore. So I just kind of stick through this. Okay, one more. Fellas, maybe you should rethink rocking those skinny jeans. Which side effect is caused by wearing them? A, urinary tract infections, B, twisted nuts, C, bladder issues, or D, all above?
A was urinary tract infection.
UTI.
B
D,
was twisted nuts. What
yep,
was C?
bladder issues.
And D was all the above.
Yeah,
Well, definitely B.
yes.
Okay, I'll stick with B.
It's D actually, all of them.
All of them.
Yeah, although I did have a spat of skinny jeans and I never had any of that, thank God. But it wasn't very long.
UT.
Finally, UTIs no. And actually I've been told that they're very rare in men. So if a guy gets one, then it's supposed to be here. One more before we move on to another one. Which of the following is true about married heterosexual couples? A, they have more sex. B, they're generally happier. C, married men live longer than single men. Or D, married women live longer than single women. Which of those three is true about married heterosexual couples?
What was the A and B?
They have more sex is A. B is they're generally happier. C is married men live longer than single men. Or D, married women live longer than single women.
I would say B.
Married men live longer than single men. Maybe because we're
Married.
maybe because we're not doing all that crazy nonsense that you see on Twitter.
Oh, yeah, you're probably right.
Doug,
You're right.
Ralph Amsden actually has a question for you. Do you miss your minivan?
Ralph always gave me so much shit about my minivan. It was this minivan, Rob. Um, it was blue. It had a big dent on one side. Um, but the worst part of it was just the smell.
No,
it just it was we had it when our kids were small, and you know how it is when kids have their little Cheerios in the back and they
of
throw them
course.
everywhere. And I'm never in the back, so I didn't really pay much attention. My wife always yelled at me for that. But I tell you what, when on that California trip that I told you about that we went on during the quarantine,
Yeah.
we came across. We were in Oceanside, California, and we're walking just maybe a block off the beach, and my wife stopped and she goes, "That's our minivan." And I looked at it. It had the dent. I'm like, it looks exactly like it. The only thing I couldn't confirm, if I could have opened it up and smelled inside, then that would have answered the question. But to answer your question, Ralph, no, I do not
You
miss it.
don't miss it.
I appreciate the question.
What did you upgrade to?
What we upgrade to? We have a Ford Edge right now,
Okay, right on.
which I love. It's a nice car.
That's the. Is it better on the mileage? I would imagine.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, it's just. I feel like it's definitely an upgrade as far as being a man. So I'm not driving around a minivan and I have to listen to Ralph give me shit about it all the time.
Well, see, I was very lucky because Mrs. Jedi ASU absolutely hates minivans. So she's like, her whole thing is I don't look cute in a minivan, so we've never owned one. So, but when we rent one for road trips though. So if we like got to go drive down to Disneyland or something, she's like, no, we'll rent one because
I
then
do
she
not
knows.
miss the minivan, not at all.
But then again, like you said, you had the kids and everything else. I mean, it was either you see. I imagine with the minivan, you gave the girls room, right? They had their own seat. Someone was way in the back, and they're all not beating each other up. Where we had a Lexus RX 300 for the longest time, and so all three of them were in the back. So after a while, they were just beating each other up. So we're like, okay, we need to find a car with some sort of semblance of a third bench in the back, so this way they're not killing each other.
The reason we got the minivan is we had two little kids.
Okay,
We got married in our 30s. This will be quick. We got married in our 30s, so we had three kids really quick. The third one was on its way when I was working at the Republic,
okay.
and my wife said, "Before this baby comes, you need to get us. We need to get a minivan, a bigger car." And I knew this, and like most men, I procrastinated. But the baby came 2 months early, so yeah, I was actually on the road. I've told the story different places. I was actually
No,
covering the
share it with me
Suns.
because I got an on the road story too. So go ahead. I want to hear it.
Okay. I was helping Paul Coro at the Republic cover the Suns. We went to San Antonio. They played the Spurs.
Okay.
This was at the end of Mike D'Antoni's run in Phoenix, the Shaq years.
Okay.
San Antonio is the worst NBA arena, the worst arena in the NBA. And the reason is you can't get cell phone service in there. I think it's
Really?
called T-Mobile. It might be T-Mobile AT&T Center, the AT&T Center. You can't get if you don't have that phone, that type of cell phone. You can't get cell phone service in
So
there.
if you don't have AT&T, they block everyone else out.
And that must be it. So we cover the Suns are eliminated that night.
Okay.
It's Mike D'Antoni's last game. We don't know that yet. So after the game, we're walking out to the parking lot at like, I don't know, midnight. I walk out and then cell phone service connects. My phone just starts beeping. I have all these messages. Start listening to it. It's my sister-in-law. She goes, Doug, I just want you to know, Sonia's my wife. She's in the hospital. She's fine. Her brother is out there with her. She's fine. But I need you to call me as soon as possible. As soon as possible, you need to call me. And this is news to all of me.
Right.
This is news for I know none of this. And so she's going on. I can tell she's a little frantic. And the last thing she says is, "Oh yeah, and the baby's okay too." It's like, whoa. The baby wasn't supposed to come for 2 months.
Right.
So yeah. So then I go back to the hotel. I get the details. It was a little bit more serious than what my sister-in-law let on. So meanwhile, Mike D'Antoni, I think Jack McCollum at Sports Illustrated broke the story that Mike D'Antoni was resigning. So I have my editors calling me from the Republic. I'm ignoring them. So I get the first flight out of town in Texas, go back home, and I do remember when I landed. I'm driving to the hospital, and like as soon as I got in my car, I hear Dan Bickley on the radio say, "Did you hear what happened to Doug Howler last night?" After on the radio, Dan Bickley's talking about it on the radio, which is kind of weird. But so yeah, the baby ended up being fine. She had to stay in the hospital for a couple months, but
Right.
that was my first thing. When I left the hospital, she goes, "You need to go find a minivan." So there you go, Ralph. That's how the minivan came. I did not have time to go around and shop around. I had to take what was available. That's what was available. It served me well. I don't want to hear anything else about my minivan.
Well, see, when when Padawan 1 was born, she was 6 weeks early, but I was in New Haven, Connecticut. So, you know, Mrs. Jedi, as you called me, and it was 3 o'clock, so I was in the middle of a meeting. But she called. It's like, hey, babe, how you doing? It's always, and so, like, I'm fine. They're doing tests and all this other stuff. So I talk to the nurse and find out she's okay, but they're doing some stress tests. Only to find out after I come home that she was actually had preeclampsia. So not only was she was gonna stroke out and bleed out, the baby
Right.
was gonna die. They had to okay, we got to calm you down. And then probably about 5:30, which is 2:30 Pacific, she's like, "Hey, babe, how you doing? How soon can you get home?" I'm like, "I don't even know if I can get a flight tonight." So I'm like, I'm 70 miles away from JFK. I mean, I don't even know if I can get home. So I hang up. I talk with my buddy who's the owner of the company. He gets me a flight on JetBlue, which leaves at 9:50, and so I start driving. And New Haven's 65 miles away from the airport, from JFK, and there was construction on the 95, right? So I had to deal with all that. But also the Republican National Convention was in town, so I was like pulling my hair out. So I'm going driving, and then when I'm in New Haven, there's this 6 mile stretch of construction. I'm dead center, and she calls. It's like her aunt calls. It's like they got to do an emergency C-section. So I'm a mess, and I just keep driving. I return the car. What's the fastest way to JetBlue Terminal? And they're like, that train will take you right there. And they pulled out a 20. I'm like, I'm a dad, and I need to get home tonight. So it puts me back in the car I just was in, drove me through JFK, got me to the thing. I checked in, and because I just bought the ticket, so I had the extra screening. So this is like 10 minutes before the flight takes us. So I'm like stressing out, waiting. I have to put my bag, get together, and I start running. I get to the plane. They're like, "Evening, sir. How are you?" It's like, "I'm a dad." It's like, "Hey, congratulations. What is it?" I don't know. I'm trying to find out. With my trusty flip phone. So I'm going, and people are congratulating me, and I sit down, and the door closes to the plane because I just got there. And they're like, "Rob, we got to go. You got to shut it down before we can take off." So we're pulling back and going along. It's like, "Auntie, you need to tell me something." So I hear her. Okay, so I hear her kind of rustling, and she goes upstairs, and I hear her talking to someone. And as I find out, she's talking to the nurse because the nurse was coming out of the OR. And it's like, this is the dad. What can you tell me? So I hear the rustling. It's because the nurse grabbed the phone and started running into the hospital. She's running into the hospital. So, like you, the signal cut out. So I turned the phone off. Like, we're all going to find out in 6 hours. And so we take
Wow.
off. Yeah, so we take off and we're going along. And I'm typing this letter to my unborn child, right? That I just found recently. I was so excited that I found it. So she gets to read it in 2 years. And because it's like, this is something you read when you're 18. And so I type in it, and JetBlue has the TV screens, and it's President Bush on the first screen, and then the map is here, and then Duran Duran is on the third screen, and then the light turns on, and the JetBlue team, the stewards, hand me a paper, and it says, "Congratulations, Rob, it's a girl."
Wow.
So what happened was, is her aunt called reservations, who called JetBlue, who called air traffic control, and they kind of like hopped the message across the nation to the to the team on the airplane, and then to me. So that was the last good 3 hours of sleep as a non-parent that I had. That's like,
Wow.
and then landed at about 1:30. Her uncle picked me up. I saw Mrs. Jet ASU at 2 a.m., and then at about 2:01 and 30 seconds, I met Padawan too. They were like your daughter. She was probably in the NICU,
Yeah.
right? Yeah. So that was a whole thing there too. So it was actually, like you said, it's always a journey getting back to your family when you need to, right?
Yeah. That how awesome for the airline to do that, though.
It was cool. They sent her some onesies.
Wow.
We made their internet site back in '04. So it was actually cool to be able to be part of that. So it was actually always excellent. So Joe Whitener says that daughter's birthday was yesterday. Happy birthday, baby Whitener. She turned 3. Had to leave the tailgate for the 2017 Oregon game, and then yeah, having started at ASU in 2005, I've never seen ASU beat Oregon until last year. Although I think that was, we were supposed to do it in 18 up there, but we got robbed of that 2 point conversion, and I am still sold. Were you on the field for that? I can't remember if you were posting pictures of that.
Was that the Frank Darby
Yeah,
back in
the
the end
two
zone
point.
thing?
Yep.
Um, I don't know. I don't know. I think I was in the press box for that.
Okay. Because it was towards the end of the game, though, right? So
I can't remember. I just remember the play
okay.
and that he looked like he was in. Why does it always happen to Frank Darby? It always seems like it always happens to Frank
But
Darby.
he was the
San
one.
Diego State.
Yeah, that was the other one, right? Because he got molested, right? That was a full on targeting. That was a touchdown. I
He
remember
got
that.
crushed.
Yeah, he did.
Yeah, I mean, I don't see how he got up from that. Yeah, it just seems like it always happens to
And
Frank.
then COVID struck. Man, that nothing's going to keep that kid down. Nothing is going to keep that kid down. So I got one more question, and then we'll move on. I know it's top of the hour and you're coming up, but I wanted to, if you had to, two questions from if you had to. One, um, would you rather dig a hole to the through dig a hole to the Earth's upper mantle, which is about 21 miles, or all food tastes like dirt?
Dig a hole to
Just about,
just
which is
basically to the bottom of the earth. Is that what
no,
we're
to
talking
the
about?
Earth's upper mantle, so a 21-mile deep hole.
That doesn't sound like fun to me.
So you'd rather have all your food taste like dirt?
Yeah, I guess so. I guess so. I
I
mean, I guess it makes you sound lazy, but I just don't see the reward in that.
Your food doesn't taste like dirt. But no, that is good. But I mean, so that was actually interesting because you mentioned that was I got a few more questions, but I wanted to hear, you mentioned that the Spurs arena is one of the worst in the NBA. Like, what's you've covered NFL, you've covered college, right? What are some of your favorite arenas?
Um, my favorite. I like. I mean, I've always liked Los Angeles just because it's Los Angeles.
Okay,
So as far as like Pac-12 road trips, I
any
would,
any
yeah,
even non-con
yeah,
would be fine.
I would start with LA. I always stay around Manhattan Beach and
Right on.
always make sure, even if it's like, sometimes I fly out on the day of the game, and I'll even make sure I'll go to the beach before I go to whatever
Cool.
arena or stadium I'm going to. So that would be one. I've been to Columbus for Ohio State, and I've actually been to Ohio State Michigan game. That atmosphere is just incredible.
Is it?
Um, to be there on a fall Saturday when those two teams are playing, it's just a different type of atmosphere. The electricity is unlike anything I've experienced in the Pac-12.
Okay.
Maybe unlike anything I've experienced in sports. It's just there's just an electricity. So
Okay.
those two are, that as far as like outside of the Pac-12, Ohio State for that Michigan game was definitely one of the highlights.
That's definitely. I don't. Again, for some reason, I don't want to set foot in the horseshoe, but I will in the big house. So maybe that's that. Maybe
I've
that's
never
my own
actually,
hang up.
I've never been to Notre Dame. I've been to Notre Dame, but I've never been to a game at Notre Dame.
Okay.
That would be on my bucket list. I've never been to Yankee Stadium, the new one or the old one. So that would be something I'd like to do. Trying to think. I've been to, most of the SEC places.
Okay.
Covered Florida State, Florida. That was pretty cool. Um, the NFL, I haven't done a lot of road travel in the NFL,
Mhm.
but to me, most of those places kind of, they're so big these days.
They are.
They're kind of the same. I saw most of the NBA places. The hardest thing about the NBA, people have asked me that a lot, is that they have game day shoot arounds like during the afternoon,
Mhm.
and there's one door, just one door, and not like a big gate, but just one little open up the door like to your bedroom that lets you in for the walkthrough. And it's not
Wow.
like media. This is where you go. You have to find that door. Uh, it's the only unlocked door. And when you're in Milwaukee and it's 20 degrees, you're
Oh,
just freezing. In Brooklyn at the Barclays Center, these places are hard to find. That's my memory of covering the NBA is freezing while I'm walking around trying to find that one little closet door that lets you into the
the
arena
one that's open.
at 10 a.m. Yeah.
And that's so. I mean, it's just like so. It sounds like you were able to cover the whole lot of everything, right? You're able to. There was a lot that you could and couldn't. You have
Yeah.
covered, right? So that's what sport
Yeah.
haven't you covered then?
Um, I've done Major League Baseball, but just through the Diamondbacks. I haven't traveled to do Major League
Okay.
Baseball. I have not done any hockey. Very little golf. I worked in Florida for a little bit, did some golf.
Okay.
You know what is the best? Uh, Talking about electric moments. I worked at, let's see, when I was I met my wife in my late 20s. I worked at a paper in Pensacola, Florida.
Okay.
I don't know if it's on the Panhandle.
Yep.
The beaches there are incredible. We had a great time. It was awesome. But Roy Jones Jr., the boxer, is from Pensacola.
Okay.
So that was kind of my first kind of you know entryway into the big time because Roy was the pound for pound best fighter in the world, and he had these HBO fights.
Okay.
And I'm sure MMA and all that is like this, but just the anticipation before a big fight.
Right.
When HBO is there, and Roy Jones then attracted. Michael Jordan was there. He attracted some pretty big people.
Right.
At that time, and the energy before a big fight like that is pretty cool. It's pretty cool.
And the fight was there in Pensacola.
Some of them were. Sometimes he fought in Biloxi, Mississippi. Those were. I mean, he fought in Vegas a lot. Then I didn't go to those, and I think he fought it in New York. But I did go to the ones in Pensacola, and the one in Biloxi. I actually got to go. I worked it out with him and his people to let me into.
Oh, right on.
The locker room while he got ready to fight, and then I basically had an all access pass. I went wherever he went.
That's cool.
Yeah. It was funny because he he walks in, everyone's wait. Roy was always late, probably as all boxers are.
Right.
So everyone's just kind of standing around in the locker room waiting. The guy, the boxing authority people are there to kind of watch him tape up his
Of course.
getting impatient. The HBO people going like, where's he at? He comes in looking like he's just woke up from a nap. And then, as soon as he comes in, the music comes on, they tape him up, boxing authority people leave.
Right.
So he's dancing around, kind of shadow boxing. It's a hockey locker room. So I'm in the corner, like in a hockey locker. So just kind of, they told me, don't get in his way, just stay, you're a fly on the wall. I'm like, cool, I can do that. So he's just kind of dancing around, doing whatever. And he comes up, like right in front of me, just right in front of me, and just starts throwing punches, just throwing punches. So I mean, I can feel like the boxing gloves. I can feel like the breeze.
Right.
I don't know what to like. So I'm just like taking notes. I mean, I'm sure I wrote like absolutely nothing, but he's just like just right in front of me, and I'm sure he did that just to mess with me.
Right,
But
exactly.
but it
That's
was
so cool.
cool.
Do you still
I'm
keep in
sure there's.
could you reach out to him or do you still keep in contact with him?
I don't know if he'd remember me now.
Okay.
Maybe he would. He wouldn't remember my name, but he might remember me if he saw me. But that was cool. That
That
was cool.
is excellent. That is excellent. So, Paul called the arena in the Brooklyn arena that shithole in Bronx, only because someone else was. I know we're coming up, so it's like we got a few more questions, and I absolutely love your stories. But I wanted to pose these two questions. One of them came up during a summit, a Sun Devil summit that we do, but also another one came up from a podcast that I listen to. Rob Lowe, the actor, has a podcast called Literally, and he kind of ripped off that word from his time on Parks and Rec. And he was asking this question of David Spade. And David Spade gave a story. His answer to this story was he stabbed his dad. So he was actually very curious. So I'm not expecting anything crazy like this, but the question was, um, if you had to see one of these things, what would it be and why? A UFO, a ghost, or Bigfoot?
UFO,
Okay.
because a ghost would be just freak. I think a ghost would just freak me out. I mean, it
Same.
would. A ghost would freak me out. Bigfoot. I don't know if that would be any different than
Right.
Bigfoot. I don't think I would sweat too much. A UFO, you could just stand back and just kind of, take it in from afar, I think.
Right. You moved to Arizona in '03 then.
Mhm.
Ah, so you missed the Phoenix Lights by like 6 years or something.
Yeah.
That whole thing. Okay. Also, so then this question was actually came up from, so I like that, right? That's actually been more of the popular. I haven't had a guest yet, so the UFOs have been very popular. I agree. I would love to see a UFO. I haven't had a guest that has had seen a ghost or had some sort of experience along those lines. So eventually, and if anyone in that chat has, then I'd love to hear that. But um, yeah, I'm not exactly sure what would put. Now that's another thing to the extent what would push you more. I don't know what would make me crack more, a ghost or an alien, right? And I guess it'd be depending on what the alien looked like, but
We always have this idea that aliens are green or big head or,
right.
me, I wouldn't even know what would an alien look like?
Yeah,
And why
exactly.
do we always assume that they're out to kill us all, blow up the earth? I mean, maybe they're just here to see,
They're tourists.
maybe,
They're just like, oh, look at the creatures. They're
maybe they
fighting.
just want to climb a mountain or something.
Right,
We
they
don't
just
know
want to see.
this.
Or what was it, Lilo and Stitch, right? They just want to protect the mosquitoes.
They heard something good about the Chuck box. They just want to check
It's
that out.
got
I mean,
that is
we
so
always assume the worst.
that is so close to being a historical location. I just pray that it lasts a few more years because you need to be around 50 years in order to be a historical location. So we're so close, but it would be ASU's ways to buy it like when it's at 49 years and like 10 months. And they buy it up. It's like you're 2 months away from historical status. But that whole corner there is just so different from where I
Mhm.
mean, it's just like, is that whole shopping center behind the Chuck box empty? Or are there just a few spots in there?
It's not empty.
Okay.
Um, Gosh, I go by it all the time, and I can't tell you exactly what's there, but I don't think
Okay.
it's empty.
Okay. Because I remember the last time I remember seeing like maybe a tattoo shop and then a piercing shop, but that was it. I don't know if there's anything else there at this time. So, this was the second question that we had that we'd love to hear. Tell us about your greatest meal at a restaurant.
The greatest meal at a restaurant. Um, Probably my birthday. It's been, I don't know, several years ago. I mean, it's
Hmm.
just that, what is it, Drinkwater Steakhouse in Scottsdale? Or is it
Okay.
called Maestro's? What is it called? Drinkwaters?
Maestros, I think.
Maestro, okay. Yeah, I mean, just my wife took me there on my birthday a while back. I actually think we went 2 years in a row.
Okay.
And Just the steak there, probably. I forget what we had. We had all kinds of stuff though.
Was it like a
Uh, it,
multi-course or was it just one?
it was one course. I'll tell you a close second though. Where when I lived in Pensacola, that's kind of the deep South,
Okay.
and a lot. I think my wife and I don't know what when we moved there, we lost 20 pounds. We moved from there because it's all fried chicken,
Oh,
deep
got it.
fried. I mean, it was awesome. And there was this place called, I can't remember what it's called, but it was served family style, and you went there for lunch, and you had to get the fried chicken because it was awesome. And you usually sat with people that you didn't know, but they would just bring you food after food. I mean, just plate after plate after plate, and everyone just passed it around, and it was incredible. It really was.
That
They
is
actually, yeah, they actually closed it down right before we were leaving,
no.
but it was awesome.
So then it must have been all of that. So then it must have been collard greens, mac and
Yep.
cheese, all of that. Oh, that's
Yeah,
so
it
good.
was great.
And it's just so then it was just like would you pay for something or just like okay, it's like a cover charge and then just food shows up or
Um, I don't remember how we did it, but I don't remember. It was just in the middle of a neighborhood. There in Pensacola, there are a lot of old neighborhoods that have those houses with the big porches
okay.
that go up, like looks like 3 stories. Um, and I wish I could remember the name, but yeah, we would go there on work. We worked at the newspaper there. We would go on Fridays, and that's where we went. And we would usually eat so much. It would be the rest of the afternoon would be a waste because we weren't moving around too
It's
well.
a dupe. It's absolute food coma. Absolute food coma that you're just out for the rest of the time. See,
Yep.
so when we were date when me and my wife were newly married and we were living in Tempe, there would be times when it's so hot that we would just go eat real early and like come back to the apartment at like about 4:30, and then we'd sleep to the next day because we just like, oh, it's 17 hours later, so it's like, what else are we doing? So, but yes, but actually, this has been so. I got a couple more because I know you have to drop, but uh, which talent would you most like to have? One that you do not currently have.
I know growing up, I always wanted to be taller.
Okay.
That's not a talent,
It's
but
not a
I'll
talent, but I
start.
don't blame you.
No, I'm a little over 5'9", and only short people, give you a little over or 5'9.5" or whatever. You never hear anyone saying I'm 6'5.5", but if you're under 6 feet, they will say I'm 5'10.5", whatever. I remember when I went to the doctor when I was young, and he goes, "Well, I don't know why, but he said, looks like you're going to grow to be 5'6", and I was devastated.
Oh,
Uh, I wanted to be a basketball player. That's all
okay.
I wanted to play college basketball. So when he told me that I was going to grow to be 5'6", yeah, I was in a funk for at least a week
Wow.
before I. But let's see, what talent? I wish I could play the piano. I can't play
Absolutely.
the piano. I have no. It's funny because my daughters, they're singers,
Okay.
performers. They're in singing groups. They travel around to sing. I don't know where they got it. Um, we have a piano, but I wish I could play. I just can't. I'm not. My brain's not wired that way.
It's a brilliant talent. No, I agree with you because not only are they either each hand is doing something and then the feet are doing something, but then you're just producing such amazing music. Because I'm able to play an instrument, but it's not the piano. I agree with you. I think that would have been one of them. That would be one as well. What's your most treasured possession?
Treasured possession. Um, let's see. That's a great question. Well, I'm not going to say anything from my children or that's too easy.
Yeah, Kyle Dodd kind of started that way, but he Kyle's that there was lake a sweatshirt that he had signed by the 89 91. It was Kareem and Magic and all of them. So he was there. His grandfather took him to a game and got it all signed.
It's funny that you mentioned that because I did find just recently in a box uh, that I had in my closet some, and I didn't even realize I had them, but I knew I had them at one point. I didn't know I had them with me in Arizona.
Okay.
Some autographs from when I was young, and I had Nolan Ryan and
Right
Mike
on.
Schmidt and Tom. Some I couldn't even read. It was just on a sheet of paper, and I can't even make it out. I need to
Right.
post some of that on Twitter, saying like, whose autograph is this? But it's not that. It's probably something that my grandfather recently died.
Sorry to hear that.
And he was well. I mean, it was over. He lived a full life. He was 92, but
Okay.
I have some stuff from like when he was like old Christmas decorations from when he was a kid.
Okay.
So we're talking about, early 1900s.
Right on.
So just stuff that has been passed on in the family that I'll pass along to my kids. That would probably be it.
Yeah, heirlooms are always cool because I don't. The only heirlooms that I have are Star Wars based, and I have them in a bin, and I barely take them out. Although one of them, some of them are in a clear bin, and I need to put them into like a dark sunproof bin because I think a lot of that stuff is fading. So I think
Yeah.
that's the only stuff. But I think because I'm trying to think back through because I don't. I think Mrs. Jed whose family is a little bit better about, much better about heirlooms than my family was. But we're all, I guess maybe I'm one of the first generations to be able to start thinking about heirlooms, because when my mom just immigrated, so she was 3, I think, when she immigrated over back in the early 50s. So they didn't come across with a lot. So same thing with my dad. So that must have been very cool. So I like that. Now this one I actually came up. This is the last one I have for you because your writer actually wanted to ask you this one. Describe the color yellow to someone who is blind.
Describe the color. I guess I would start with heat. I would probably say
I
from the
was thinking
sun.
that. Yep.
Yeah, I would say heat, warm to the touch. Um, Maybe I'd take their hand over a candle, like that.
Just some distance anyway.
Yeah, that's a great question. Yellow is not one of my favorite colors. That's probably my least favorite color.
Which one could you describe well then?
um, it might be the easiest to describe though.
Okay.
I mean, just for that reason, I think I would start with, heat. I would definitely put their hand over a flame just to see how they would react to that. Um, I don't know. That's a good question.
Because someone, I don't know if it was Mask back in the 80s or something else. I think he was trying to teach someone, a blind girl, colors as well, and he like used lettuce for green, and then I don't know if he used ice for blue or something. Like, I can't remember, but I was just, that's kind of that always struck me, and I wasn't sure what else.
Well, that's what I was thinking for water. You would probably, or for blue, you would probably do water,
Right,
something
exactly.
along a liquid along those lines.
Exactly. So that was it. So what else are you up to? Would you like to plug? What are you working on, and what do you want to make everyone aware of?
Well, I mean, just with the fact going back to Arizona State, the freshmen are obviously, especially those receivers.
Hmm.
I think that's probably the biggest storyline. That's how that's going to play out.
Okay.
Who they're going to have out, besides Frank Darby. So I have some stuff in the works on that. Jaden Daniels, I have some stuff planning on him and just what we might be able to expect from him in year 2.
Hmm.
Yeah, it's an interesting team because I think they're going to be better than what they were last year. They had 8 wins,
Right.
but I don't know what that means. I mean, I don't know. I think they could be better and still have 8 wins.
Mm.
But it wouldn't surprise me if they get to 10 wins.
Yeah.
Um, and I also I don't like just like Jaden is going to be good. We know this, but how?
Right.
I mean, is he? Is he going to be a Heisman contender in the future? I mean, it wouldn't surprise me. I mean,
Right.
it's what from what we saw last year. So I mean, something along those lines about what's his
Hmm.
based on what we've seen from other quarterbacks. What can we expect from Jaden?
Absolutely.
Uh, I can't give you. I don't want to
Yeah.
spill
No
the beans on some of
spoilers.
my. Yeah, I don't want to do that yet. I'm not to that point. If I were closer to
Of
publishing,
course.
but I'm still not. So I'm not gonna. I'm gonna keep that quiet for now. But
Okay.
that's kind of where I'm at right now. And of course, with basketball starting up, there are lots of storylines with those 2 freshmen and what we might expect from them.
And
And
you
there's
and you have stuff in the hopper for the basketball team as well, right?
uh not I'm working on that.
Okay.
Yeah, they wanted to wait until they got the official thumbs up from the Pac-12 before they started getting access again. So that's kind of where I am with that.
I can only imagine the clamoring of just everyone as soon as the Pac-12 announced everything yesterday, how inundated they were, not only from you guys, but also from the national perspective, right? Now that people are just kind of getting a taste of what, okay, we want to know what Bobby Hurley's up to. So now it's like all that's happening. So
Yeah, no, it's a good time, and I'm really glad that they're playing now instead of waiting till January.
that would
Um,
have been hard. That would have been real hard in January.
it would have been. It would have been. You know, will it work out? I don't know. I mean, there are smarter people who can answer that question. I really do not know. I don't know if they'll play. The football team will play 7 games. I don't know if they'll play 4. If you think about it, if just one team has an outbreak, that's going to affect the entire conference. If they can't play for 1 week or 2 weeks, that's going to affect. That's going to pretty much. I mean, there's a great chance that would eliminate whatever hopes the Pac-12 has at the college football playoff, and I think that they have just a slim chance to begin with.
That's
I think.
actually, yeah, because it's just you don't have any bye weeks baked
Uh,
into the schedule. It's like you have to play, and if you're out, then you're done.
yeah, if Utah has 3 people test positive and they can't play 1 week, if they're playing a team that if someone's undefeated at that point, that's going to crush them.
Oh, absolutely, because then you just go ahead and have to. I guess I don't even know how a forfeit falls into it if it's a loss or not, but I guess yeah, it'd be devastating.
Yeah, my guess it would just go down as a cancellation, and I don't think it would be a forfeit.
Mm,
I don't see how that would work, but
that's
yeah, it's going to be an unforgettable season one way or another. I mean, no doubt about that.
exactly. Joe Waitner had a question. Any good untold stories from the Sendek, Erickson, or Graham eras that you have not written about?
Um, well, the interesting part with Herb with Sindek was whenever I wrote something that he didn't like,
Okay.
mostly about his job security. I remember I did a Q&A with Ray Everson one time, and I asked him about Herb's job security.
Mm-hmm.
Whenever I did something that Herb didn't like, I get my phone rang at like 6:30 in the morning. Herb would wake up
It was
and
him.
yeah, yeah. And as a beat reporter, that's what you want. That's
Okay.
what you want. You want, if you make somebody mad, you want to talk so you can explain yourself.
Okay.
I won't name names now, but I work with a coach who I have made mad. You guys can do process of elimination on this. And I know I make him mad because the way he reacts or doesn't react or doesn't respond, but I never know why he's mad.
Interesting.
I never know why. We never have that conversation where I get to explain or he gets
Right.
to, yeah, I would rather just say like, just 15 minutes of just yelling at me so I understand. So we're past it and we can move on.
Of course.
But different coaches deal with it differently. And, they're, perfectly entitled to handle it however they want. So that's fine. Dennis was just kind of, and I got onto Dennis the last couple years when he was here,
Mm-hmm.
when the program was kind of spiraling out of control, the perfect years.
Right.
Dennis just wanted to hang out and talk. I mean, Dennis just wanted to drink a beer and just talk. I mean, it was so different from where it is now. Back then after practice, you would just go up to him on the field. It would be me, Dan Zeiger from the Tribune, Jeff Metcalf, I think Chris and Hogue were there. And that was it. There was like 4 or 5 people there, and you just kind of just talked. I mean,
Right.
you would ask questions, of course, but it was just, now there's, last year, there's 20, 25 people there.
Oh, I bet.
Yeah, after practice, it's a totally different thing. I didn't have any like personal experiences with him,
Okay.
but just on the beat, that's kind of what he was like. Todd was a good guy. I got along great with Todd because Todd knew how to use the media. I mean, he knew Todd knew how to speak victory, and no matter what you asked him, he was going to say what he wanted to say. I do remember one of the first times with Todd, my first experiences. I was on the phone with him, and I knew it revolved around Jamal Miles. You remember Jamal Miles?
Yes, of course.
He didn't play for some reason, and we had asked him. He hadn't been practicing.
I
So
remember this. Yeah, that
we asked
period
him,
of time.
yeah, we asked him like, is he going to play? And he said, yeah, he's available or whatever. And then he didn't play. And I remember I basically said that Todd lied when I wrote it in the story.
Mm.
So I talked to him. That was on a Saturday. I talked to him on a Sunday. And, Mark Brand from ASU Media Relations kind of set up the call. And Todd acted like, he said, hold on a second. He acted like he set the phone down and put it on a hold or whatever, but he didn't. And then he just basically he was talking to Mark, but he was basically talking to me about me calling him a liar and just beat me up and down for like 5 minutes. He wasn't talking to me, but he's talking to Mark, but he knew I could hear him.
He didn't mute his line.
No, he acted like he did. He acted like he did.
Right.
And then Todd and I had some. There was one time before the Holiday Bowl, and this was in
That's when we
the year they won the year they won the South.
Okay, so that's when we got waxed by Texas Tech.
Yep,
Okay.
Cliff Kingsbury and Texas Tech.
Yep.
And I called Todd as soon as I got to San Diego just to check in because I wanted to, write like, I'm here, they're there. And I said, did everyone make it? And he said, off the record, Davon Coleman didn't make it. He's not going to be on the team. So I'm like, well, that's kind of a big deal. But he said, well, I just said it's off the record. I wasn't going to tell you on the record. And as a journalist, if he said it's off the record, I can't write it.
Of course.
So I thought, well, I'll just go to practice and see that he's not there. But then they closed practice for that reason. None of the other media were there yet. So we kind of went round and round, and he didn't talk to me for a while after that. But I mean, nothing major. I mean, I've had good relationships with the ASU coaches. Todd, I still talk to. I talked to him not too long ago for a story, and text him from time to time. And Herb is just the nicest guy in the world. And I know some people on his staff at the time didn't think that the local media stuck up for Herb enough.
Okay.
And wasn't real happy with how that went down. But Herb has always been, he's said his piece if he didn't think you were fair to him, but then the next day he would, it was like everything was back to normal.
See, that's admirable too, that someone's not go ahead and carrying it yet. You're able to have that conversation. Okay, this is how I feel. Then you're able to say your piece, and then boop, let's, like grown-ups, we can move on.
Yeah, and then Herm is, as everyone knows, I can't imagine everyone who covers Herm is incredibly fortunate because he's just a cool guy. I mean, most of these coaches, obviously they have egos. Even Herm has an ego, but he's about as down to earth as a millionaire football coach that I've ever come across. Bobby is incredibly intense, just a grinder. I mean, he's whatever he's accomplished in his life, he's done so by just outworking everyone. And that's why he's going to get Arizona State to wherever he wants to take them for as long as he's willing to stay. But, that works in a lot of different ways. And, if he gets mad at you at times, like I said, obviously I was talking about Bobby earlier. I don't always hear about it, but he comes out of it, and he's been great to work with as well. And he's let me follow on and do some stories that no Division I coach in a similar position would let a reporter do. So I'm incredibly fortunate to cover the coaches I've had to.
And it seems to be quite a I don't want to jinx it, but it's somewhat of a renaissance, right? Because we have two very charismatic coaches that are definitely going to attract more attention to the university and bring more eyes to even the other sports, right? But question is like, back to when the Erickson days, it was just the five of you guys, right? How many new faces are you seeing now because of Herm Edwards or because of Bobby Hurley? Do you see some rando? It's like, I don't expect you to be here. Who, why are you here?
Like national media?
Yeah, or even whatever. All the time. It's just
yeah. No, I mean, Herm. I mean, I think Jody Ayler brought this up on the radio a while back, but you could make the case that Herm is kind of the face of the Pac-12. I mean, what other coach? I mean, there are coaches who have accomplished more, coaches who have higher profiles as far as they lead bigger programs, but Herm is by far. I mean, he's a national figure.
Yes,
he's on ESPN all the time. I mean,
which is wild, being able to just see. It's like, yeah, we're talking to Herm Edwards. When was the last time you had just the coach at ASU football just randomly on ESPN?
Right. Right. No, yeah. And he's on, yeah. And the best thing about Herm does everything as far as media stuff goes.
Really?
I mean, not everything. I'm sure Mark Brand at ASU shields him from a lot.
Okay.
But he's willing to give his time up, more so than any coach that I've been around, for sure. And then, Bobby is just college basketball royalty. I mean, I've said that, and Arizona fans on Twitter have kind of, hit me back on that, but he is. I mean, he's the career assist leader. He's a two-time national champion. He went to Duke. he's leading Arizona State's basketball program that has no history for the most part over the last 30 or
Absolutely.
40 years. Tim Healy said, when I did a story on Tim not too long ago, and he said sometimes he's, doing a game and he has to look over and see Bobby Hurley there. And he's like, I can't believe that's Bobby Hurley right there. Now, I'll never say that to Bobby, but
KD's the same way. He's just like talking. It's like, wait, that is Bobby Hurley.
but Bobby, I would love to write a book on Bobby because just his and everything that we've reported on Bobby, from the type, from the stuff that he drinks Red Bull before games to he listens to headphones to, kind of amp like a player before games. I think we only know just a little bit of what he does.
Yeah.
He doesn't eat before games. I think we know just a little bit about what he's really like. I mean, before, I think his knees are giving him problems now. He would just go on the treadmill and just jack it up as high as it could go, just to, just to challenge himself.
That's wild. See,
So,
one of my favorite stories. I don't know if you've had it or someone else. It's like he loves watching disaster movies or just something that's just
yeah.
so intense and just goes and is. And I'm like, that's cool. I mean, I think that's kind. I mean, I think that's cool. I mean, I don't know if I could sustain that just because again, that's his personality. I know I couldn't, but it's
But
just
it's just, yeah, it's him. I've said this before. When he competes, he creates enemies. He did that as a player.
oh, okay.
It was the opposing point guard. He would the night before he would play North Carolina, he would go out and run laps around the football stadium because he knew that King Rice from North Carolina wasn't running laps around the football stadium.
Mm,
So that gave him a mental edge. And I think it's the same way he coaches. He creates enemies, whether usually it's the officials.
yeah.
Sometimes it's the opposing coach. You'll see him barking at them. Sometimes it's something, sometimes it's the Pac-12 broadcasters. We've seen him hold press conferences to complain about them.
Right.
I just think that's how he grinds. That's how he competes. Just a tremendous, tremendous competitor. Usually for the better, sometimes for the worse. But he's taken Arizona State basketball to a level few people have seen. So it's hard to question his methods.
That's a brilliant insight because I didn't think of it that way, right? Just again, he creates an enemy mentally to be for who he can go after, right? It's not necessarily he's out to hate someone. He's just like, look, you're who I need to outwork, and I need to get after you in every way, shape, and form, and that's what he does, right? And that's a brilliant way to be able to seeing it when he's barking at the refs or whoever else it is. Now I know why. Now I'm like, okay, now I get it. Now I can understand why it's being done, not just trying to become enemy number one. And it's you see some of the refs taking umbrage to it and everything else, but I guess you have to because again he is so intense on all of them. But this was another question. I've tweeted this out before. I don't. Tim and Katie obviously sit near coach at home,
Right?
but you always have opposing fans yelling at Coach Hurley, and I don't know if I've ever seen a more futile act. I think, and it's just, I mean, how can you rattle Bobby Hurley if you're not in the if you're just you happen to be noise. And anyways, I just wasn't sure if you've encountered a story where you heard someone trying to get under his skin and it doesn't happen.
I know there's a guy at Oregon State who is hard on opposing coaches.
Okay,
And Bobby would be included in that. The Arizona crowd is pretty
they're relentless, and they're going to be relentless regardless, right? So
Yeah, I've seen him as he's walked off the court, someone yell at something to him and he kind of just snaps quickly, just like says something as he's walking, but not a whole lot.
yeah,
Not a whole lot. He kind of he kind of has, I mean, he knows he's Bobby Hurley. I mean, the whole thing, I mean, I wrote about this a while ago that John Rothstein
yes,
tweets out Bobby effing
yep,
Hurley. That came from Bobby. I mean, Bobby's the one who told
did it.
John that. That's what John says. John says, I asked John, like, where did that come up from? Where did that come from? Why did you start doing that? He goes, well, because Bobby told me I'm Bobby effing Hurley. So, I mean, he's well aware of who he is and how, the place he has in the sport. I would never describe him as arrogant.
No,
Off
because
the
he's too
court,
much of a grinder. I mean, it's just like I'm meeting him personally. You don't see him as being that arrogant, right? But he's just so hard nosed and wants to win.
Like I said, I just think it's fascinating to cover them. You know, on the road when you're in the Pac-12, you know, at home games, the media after games goes to the media room. The locker rooms are down the hall. You're not near them. In the Pac-12 on road games, you go and you stand outside the visitor's locker room.
Hmm.
So if a coach is upset, you hear it. You
Oh,
know,
okay.
so you know, and that's it's not just Bobby, any coach. I mean, I remember Herb Sendek at Oregon State yelling after a loss, and you know, Bobby uh, can go as high as you want to go on that meter, and then come out the door. And at USC one time, he even kicked the door open. And then, you know, as soon as the door opens, there we are. You know, sometimes there's a Pac-12 cameraman or Pac-12 network
Right.
cameraman there broadcasting to the 12 people watching. And, you know, he could turn it just like that. I mean, just going from, you know, getting on his team, yelling at his team, coming out, and all of a sudden he's like, you know, and you know, the media guy there say like, "Do you need a few minutes?" And he's like, "No, I'm ready to go." I mean, he could just turn it off like that.
That's so cool.
You could tell he's still sparks are flying a little bit, but like I said, just a fascinating guy. Just because, and I grew up, you know, in the '90s, so I was around when he was a player. You
Right.
know, I was at Indiana University where I went to school
Okay.
when Duke beat IU in the Final Four. So that was Bobby Hurley. So I have a reason not to like him. But
Have you shared that with him?
yeah, I don't know if I've shared. He knows I went to IU, so yeah, he's aware of that.
Okay.
So,
You just weren't
but
sure that he beat up your alma mater.
we haven't talked about it in detail. I'm sure he's heard so many stories about, you know, when you were in college, I was there, or I
And
hated
you
you.
just
Yeah, I'm sure he's heard that a million times. But you know, I've been on his good side. I've been on his bad side.
right.
Mostly on his good side though. He's a good guy.
Excellent. Um, Other than Bobby Hurley, what was like one of the national media people that showed up? Did like you kind of made you do a double take?
National media showing up
Yeah, at any event, whether it be basketball or any or football or anywhere else, and you just like you're like, oh, that's so and so, you
at
know?
Arizona State.
Yeah, in any event, or has that happened yet?
A media member.
Yeah, media member than athletic member or athlete.
Um, I don't know. I don't know if there's been a media member that's just kind of taken me back.
Okay,
Um, you know, I kind of view us all on the same
cool.
level for the most part. I usually get mad at the bigger media people because they always get better access. I've
Right.
never understood that, you know, for local reporters, we can't watch the whole practice. I mean, the people that you trust, you can't watch the whole practice you work with every day. And then someone comes from New York or somewhere else who you don't work every day and they get full
They
access.
get to see everything.
But I mean, I understand it. The full access carries a lot more weight.
Yeah, and then someone had one last question. Can you comment on your colleagues, Andy Staples' comments on the commissioner? I guess it's on Larry Scott. I don't know if you've seen any of that. I haven't seen any of Andy Staples' comments on Larry Scott, but
I didn't, I was working all day today, so I haven't read much of what was on the Athletic. I do know Andy asked Larry Scott on the call yesterday. You know, Larry Scott said, you know, Larry Scott was talking about whether or not I think the college football playoff should be expanded, if the Pac-12 should um, be considered
right.
during this abbreviated schedule. And Andy asked, like, well, why aren't you kind of fighting for that? You know, why aren't you,
I remember
you know,
hearing
leading
that.
the charge? Because that you need to have a voice. If you're gonna, if someone's gonna speak up for the Pac-12, it's got to be you. I imagine that's what he's talking about.
Mhm.
You know, I don't think Larry Scott deserves all the credit. I'm going to be on an island with this, but I don't think Larry Scott deserves all the criticism that he's received.
Okay.
However, I think he deserves 100% of the criticism he has received over the last couple of weeks. And it's too bad because at the beginning, when both the Big Ten and the Pac-12 shut down, the Pac-12 looked like, I mean, they got it right. I
Right.
mean, the Big Ten was a mess. The Pac-12 was transparent. They said, we're doing this. This is why we're doing it. We're going to give you our medical guidelines, and we're not going to apologize for it.
Right.
And it was a good moment for the Pac-12. They were united. In the Big Ten, you had coaches bickering. You had coaches saying, we're going to go out and do our own thing. You had players forming these groups. You had parents protesting.
30.
Yeah.
30 parents.
The Pac-12 was united. I mean, you
Right.
really didn't hear you saw like Jane Daniels tweet like, "I wish we were playing."
I'm
You
sure
had
they
some
all were. Exactly.
right. You had some opt out, but for the most part, they were together on it, and it was good. It was a good time. It was a good moment for the Pac-12, and I just feel like they kind of wasted all that momentum.
It was a huge squandered opportunity because they could have looked even better, saying this is it. But then again, if they had a plan to come back and saying, you know what, now we're seeing everyone, and this is kind of the plans that we've been talking to local officials, blah, 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 then no one would have been as. I don't know if Larry Scott would have saved his job, but I guess his own incompetence has just exposed him enough to the point where, again, in handling this situation, has exposed himself enough to the point where I guess people are ready to move on. I think that was someone. I don't know if it. Did you see that tweet? Someone said, um, "We as presidents know what we want as a conference, and Larry Scott isn't it." Did you see
I
that
did not.
tweet?
I did not. But I do from just being around the conference. The people who have supported him quietly. I mean, you don't hear it as much anymore. I mean, the
Mm-mm.
tide has definitely turned.
Right,
And John Wilner's reporting recently about the bonuses paid out, and the moving up that timetable. That's not a good look.
right.
So it's like I said, I in the beginning I didn't think that he deserved all the criticism that he was getting. He's a natural target. He's an easy target, but it has gotten more and more difficult to defend him. That's for sure.
Who else do you think was to blame, or who shared some of that criticism?
Well, I mean, I never blame Larry Scott and I know the finances. I know the differential between the Big Ten, what the Big Ten and the SEC are bringing in, but Oregon had a chance to be in the college football playoff last year. All they had to do was be Arizona State last year and a
Right.
freshman quarterback. They controlled their destiny.
Mm-hmm.
That's not Larry Scott's problem. I mean, that wasn't his
I
fault.
see what you're saying. Okay.
You win that game. I don't know if they would have made it, but they would have had a good chance. So they would have had a chance to, I just think
Hmm.
sometimes teams lose games. It doesn't mean
Right.
that the entire setup is flawed or the system is flawed. Obviously, the Pac-12 network's been kind of a disaster.
Mm-hmm.
And even that, I think, goes a lot of different directions because, Larry Scott doesn't have the leverage like the Big Ten network has as far as fan support.
Right.
And I don't know if fans want to hear that out here, but the Pac-12 fan bases are not as passionate as the SEC and the Big 12. I'm sorry, the Big 10 fan bases,
Mm-hmm.
probably the Big 12 as well. Um, we could talk for another 3 hours why that might be, but
We will.
but either way, no matter what, that a deal should have been done by now
Mm-hmm.
for sure. Maybe it'll pay off for the conference. Their next move, the next media rights deal. We don't know, but that's
Exactly.
kind of been that's what they're, fingers crossed, what they're trying to sell.
Absolutely. And do you think there's my greatest fear right now is that Ray Anderson leaves and is a new commissioner for the conference. It almost feels like it's a good fit, but I don't know. Is Ray Anderson fixated on ASU more than the conference because he's so involved? He was even on yesterday's call. I mean, it's almost as if there's always some sort of press conference and he just happens to be there, right? Which is cool, but
Yeah, they're making sure he's kind of right there for every major announcement, aren't they?
they are.
Brad said Brad Sesmat, I was on his show not too long ago, and he brought that up about um, will Ray Anderson, be the next commissioner of the Pac-12?
Right.
I don't know. I do know Ray is. I mean, obviously he's working with Herm. That's a good relationship there. The basketball program is headed in the right direction. Baseball, we'll have to wait and see. And there's so many, projects going on right now.
Yeah, hockey stadium, the hockey arena.
Yeah,
And
I
so
don't know
forth.
if that's enough to keep him there. I don't know if he aspires to be the commissioner,
Hmm.
but it does seem like. I mean, at Pac-12 Football Media Day before last season, 2019, he was there, and that was when Larry Scott. That's when the whole Pac-12 officiating. It seems like it's every
That's
year.
right.
That's when that was kind of blowing up, and he was kind of the guy that answered all the questions. Larry Scott, deferred to
Hmm.
Ray, And you left that. I remember standing out there at the hotel, outside on the porch area, and you kind of left that conversation thinking like, okay, there's they're gonna get the officiating in order.
Right.
They haven't, but it definitely seems like he's taking steps that if he wanted to pursue that
Right.
he might have that avenue available.
He's definitely heavily involved. A lot of ways, more than it's just like you said. It's very interesting that he's always involved in some way or another. Now, hopefully, they're just seeing him as a valuable resource, and it's like, okay, yeah, we need you involved rather than okay, we're grooming you, because I'm not exactly sure who would replace Larry Scott. Not exactly. I mean, I know who other than Ray Anderson. I'd love to see Greg Byrne from Alabama come do that, but I don't know who else would be. It has to be a home run. It has to be a home run hire. Period. For us to be any the conference to get any sort of help.
Yeah, yeah. Well, like I said, I don't know what's going to change the perception, and I don't know. I think we've passed the point of no return as far as Larry, um, rebounding in any way.
Right.
I do, and I don't want to say I know him. I've been around him. We're friendly when we see each other,
Mhm.
but yeah, I'm not sure how he recovers from this.
Yeah, there's too many blunders on his part, and he lives probably, let's see, 20 miles away from me. He lives here.
Really.
Yeah, so he lives in what's called Danville, which is 1, 2, 3 towns away from me. So yeah, it's probably about 11, 15 miles, because when I ride my bike on Saturdays, I usually do about 20 miles. It's 10 miles out and 10 miles back. And 10 miles out is Danville. So I'm near him. And the other thing was, too, is you're saying that Reggie Jackson lives in the Bay Area. So I'm not exactly sure where he lived. Because, I mean, I'm just like, I was trying to remember the weather that the for the Oregon game. It's cold, but I don't think it was crazy weather. So
Is that
anyway.
is it Carmel? Is that it?
Oh, so he's out on the coast now,
Yeah,
no, down near
near Pebble Beach, right?
yeah, down Monterey and all that there. So
Yeah.
so Coach still has a house down. Coach Edwards, I should say, still has a house down there. Okay,
Yep.
got it. That's excellent. You still good? I mean, I know you only got to be an hour and a half, but it's coming up at 9 o'clock, so I appreciate you staying. So, but that's always good to catch up with you. I can't wait to break bread with you when you come to the Bay Area, or when I can catch up with you when I go back to Tempe. But anything else in the hopper? I know you got some. You thinking about doing podcasting? I loved what you did with Jeff Metcalf, so I wasn't sure if you were thinking about doing that again.
Yeah, a lot of people have asked me about the podcast. I enjoyed doing it. I don't think I was good at it by any means, but it was. I think we started doing it twice a week there, and I missed doing that, and I missed working with Jeff.
Right.
I really liked working with Jeff.
Yep.
Um, the Athletic has introduced podcasts. They did last year during last year's football season, and they're just kind of introducing them in waves.
Okay.
You can imagine the bigger programs have their Ohio State. They have their they have their podcast, and we're just kind of on hold on that right now. I don't know when that's going to start up, but I've said this on just about every question, but it's a possibility. But I don't know of anything in the immediate future as far as that goes.
Well, that is always good, but we love seeing you. And as always, thank you everyone for the questions in the chat. As always, remember to follow Doug at Doug Haller on the twitter.com. Also, be sure to subscribe to Athletic. Paul Hornstein actually shared as well. He has his subscription, but he also loves the ASU coverage, but also the hockey coverage. That's again one of the things he follows. So he absolutely loves that as well. I have to actually venture away from you. I haven't actually ventured into some of the national college football writers I venture out to, but I haven't done anything else because that's where my passion is. But we'll see with the Olympics as well. But we will do that from there. But I can't thank you enough. Again, miss seeing you. I'm glad we were able to see each other this way, and can't wait to see you again here in the Bay Area. But also, I get to connect with you there in Tempe.
Well, I appreciate you having me. This was fun.
Good.
I went back and checked out some of the others, and I saw that you talked to Brad for 3 hours. I was like, my goodness, I just don't think I'm capable of talking for 3 hours. I wish I
did
had
for 2.
Well, okay, and that's pretty good for me. I mean, most people know me as kind of a laid back, quiet guy. So, but no, this was fun. I enjoyed it.
Excellent. No, I can't wait. One, I'm definitely going to have you back on, especially as we've learned more. So we will talk about it, especially if something goes sideways, we'll do an emergency one if your schedule allows. But as always, no, I appreciate you again. Love to you, love to your family, and everything else. And stay on the Zoom call because I'm going to transition everyone else off so they can take a break, and then we'll resume with Ralph when he goes in. So let me thank you again. I'll transition off, and then we will go from there. So thank you again, Doug. Thank you everyone in the chat. We'll definitely talk some more. Probably take about a 15-minute break. Wait for Ralph Amsden to join us. Make sure you refuel your drink. Make sure you take a bio break and get yourself something to eat because I know I'm going to as well. So be back in 15 minutes at 9:15 Pacific, 15 after the witching hour of midnight there on the East Coast for all of you. So look forward to talking with you shortly, and see you soon. Welcome back, everyone. How are you? Happy Friday. It is again the 25th, and we are going into um, our third hour with the great Ralph Amsden. And you know what it is? I'm just going to go ahead and I actually practice this. I'm going to go ahead and hide that name and renew yours. And ta da! Now that I have the name and I should have said Farmer Ralph. That's all good. I absolutely love what you got going on back there. So now, is this in a? Where are you in a garage, in a room? What is that? Where's all that
I'm
at?
in my office, which is about to be the co-office because Erin was just told that she is not going back to work until at least May. So
Wow, they've.
by that time I'll be 14 months at home, and she's sick of waking up in our bedroom,
Mm,
working in our bedroom, going to sleep in our bedroom. So I've cleared out this entire half of the office was where I would sit on a couch
gotcha.
and talk to you the other times that I was on.
Right.
Now all my stuff is in this corner of the room, and I got my desk, and then we're gonna have to move all this stuff out, all the plants. I got like 10 hot peppers, a bunch of cucumbers, and just nonsense. I'm just
How's
trying to see what I can get to grow out here in the desert.
but this kind of happened from last year, right? Because you kind of did something where you were growing something a little bit, and then you just kind of went off this year.
Yeah, my aunt passed away, um,
Sorry.
and we decided to homeschool our kids around the same time,
Mm-hmm.
and I was looking for stuff for them to do, and I figured like let's go to Ace, let's get some just like sugar daddy peas or a pumpkin or something, plant it, and then you can just watch it germinate, and then it'll die like all plants that
Right.
most normies try to grow. And they thought it was cool to plant the seed, then their attention immediately went elsewhere. And then I don't know if it was just like the moment of like my aunt was like my best friend or whatever, and it was nice to see something come to life,
Of
you
course.
know. And it just took over. Like so that I have been growing, trying to, failing repeatedly, different foods, flowers, peppers, everything for the last year and a half.
Okay.
Just as something to keep my mind occupied.
Of course.
And then it's been interesting just kind of being locked down for the last 6 months. I've not, and it's been the hottest summer of all time. So
Mm,
nothing's going to grow outside. So my office is just full of all these things that I've germinated, and then everything I move outside dies. Everything. And so
right.
I've, I've killed almost everything I've planted except for one mesquite tree that is going on 15 months old, and it's outside the window. And it's probably about 5.5 feet tall right now,
Right on.
which is pretty cool. And then this thing here is called a lettuce grow, and it's
Yep.
just a vertical hydroponic tower that you put uh, plants or seeds into, and it waters it every 15 minutes or whatever. And
Wow.
and the roots kind of go down in and dip into the water, and it just all grows on the tower. You cut your food directly off the tower. It's pretty cool.
And I'm just adjusting it real quick so this way it's in frame. So, yeah, that's actually very cool what you're able to go through there. And it's just you have a. How do you get the water in there? Do you have a line running from the outside, or what do you got going on, or has a
Um,
reservoir?
there's a yeah, so there's a motor
Hmm.
hooked up to a PVC pipe. The PVC pipe goes all the way up to the top, and it shoots, and then it trickles down in the water with the nutrients on it, and everything runs over the roots. So you just stick a garden hose in the base and fill it with like what much water adds up to 200 pounds, because that is 200 pounds.
Wow.
It's on a little trash can, one of those, I don't know, for
Hmm.
my days of a janitorial work,
Right.
one of those things that you wheel around the big trash can on. So
Yep.
it's got that on a base, and because it's still too hot to have it outside, I just roll it back and forth in front of that window as the
Ah.
sun moves throughout the day. And that sounds so damn lame. Um, but what else am I going to do? I got nothing to do besides hang
Exactly.
out here and work and watch plants get ready to die, because that's
Because that's what they do. Paul Hornstein had a question. What kind of peppers you got going on?
so here, hold on one second. I have quite a few of these. This is a Carolina Reaper.
Oh yeah. Wow.
This is supposed to be the hottest. Um, this is supposed to be the hottest pepper that wasn't like. Well, they were all like hybrid developments over time or whatever. But
Right.
that hot ones guy, that's a pepper called Brand X or something like that. I guess that's even hotter than this. But this likes to be outside till about 10 in the morning, and then it's like, please put me back in. And the rest of those over there are called Trinidad Scorpions, and
I haven't had those.
they're just below Carolina Reaper. Anything over jalapeno for me is like, dear God, why? Um,
Uh, but you're
but
growing them anyway.
yeah, yeah. I'm wondering if like somebody's gonna call CPS because when these things start fruiting, like I guess
Hmm.
you have to wear gloves to even
Yeah.
handle them. Or whatever. I got a bunch. I probably got 9 of these growing,
Wow.
and 6 of them are about 11 inches tall now. This is the furthest I've ever gotten them to. I've had some jalapenos fruit and been able to eat a few of those.
Okay.
It's tough when you're growing it inside, you know.
Yeah.
Uh, but I'm gonna try to just collect seeds
Okay.
and sell them off, give them away to people. I'm not eating any of it. It's not. I'm not. That's not me. I'm not. I'm not into the spicy stuff,
Okay.
especially like Thai spice
Mm.
kills.
It
I don't
really?
know what
Okay.
the hell that is, but that's a that I would rather get my mouth burned on some like crazy hot sauce
Right.
with some tortilla chips than eat anything above like a 2 at a Thai
Okay.
restaurant. That'll make me cry.
Well, send me some of those with the syrup. Send me some seeds with the syrup whenever you're ready, because then this way
I will, man.
I'll
I'm
plant
waiting
them.
for our first day under 100 degrees, which I think is supposed to be like October 6th is our first
Dude,
day that 100 isn't a high. So
that's wild, man. I was gonna ask if it is under 100 yet, and it's not.
no,
That's wild,
it's supposed
man.
to be 107 on Tuesday.
Ugh. Well, we're gonna hit the 100s again, because September's and October's are hot months. But right now, you've been seeing my tweets. It has been such a beautiful fall days. I mean, I'm just those days when you walk out and it fills your heart. I mean, I don't know if that's you every day, but I'm just like, wow, this is so cool. Like,
Oh man, I've forgotten all of that because this summer's been a literal hell.
exactly, and it's been quite tumultuous as well, given everything else. So thank you, everyone, and again, we appreciate everything else and you in the chat, Paul, but also the Pac-12. We are back. I kind of put it with a question mark because it's just they've announced the date, but I don't know if we're entirely sure it's going to kick off that date. But I mean, great show, great podcast with George. And I just what else? Now that it's marinated for a day, what are your thoughts?
The Pac-12 coming back.
Yes.
I'm surprised. The whole thing is just pretty curious. You know, I understand my limited primitive brain can understand that daily testing is a game changer.
Hmm.
Um, but I don't think daily testing is the game changer. I think daily testing is the allowance for the game changer, which is the millions and millions and millions and millions and millions of dollars that you would have missed out on otherwise.
Uh,
While the SEC, ACC, and Big 12 all power through, um, so, you know, it's not like the Pac 12 schools didn't have access if they wanted to daily testing through Quidel before Larry Scott ever arranged any of this in the first place. In fact, I think there was a Pac 12 school already using it. I know there were multiple
um,
Division One schools. It might have even been University of Arizona. So,
they
um,
were. You're right, because I remember reading that article. I don't know if you shared it or something else. They were actually what Quindell is it?
Quidel or Quidel, yeah.
Yeah, they were desperate for data. So they were working with the medical
Yeah.
school down there. And then they were like, yeah, okay, we'll partner with you. And then we'll give you everything you need. Go ahead and use it on every damn person. And then all the data, we can go ahead and do what we need to. So it wasn't necessarily on the athletes, but it was still with a Pac 12 school. So,
Yeah, I think I don't know. There's so much. I'm very exhausted by the back and forth, the politicization. The thing that's getting me is that they all said if we can't have students on campus, then we're not going to play,
right.
and students on campus became a little bit disastrous because
Still.
I mean, not only are kids going to party, but like we've been locked up. I
Hmm.
mean. I'm not even a partier, and I'm ready to just show up at one of these
Yeah,
kick.
just
And yeah, I mean, I get it. So,
right.
um, that was disastrous. And then it's like, yeah, well, the athletes are safer as part of the program than not. But which is true when you design a situation in which the conditions are um, either or. you know, it's not necessarily the program's job to keep kids who aren't super adversely affected by COVID
Right.
um, safe from COVID if it's also not their job to keep students, you know. And
Right.
so it's you you can find little pieces of things here and there. All of the breadcrumbs point to the fact that this is about money, and
Hmm.
I'm cool with it being about money as long as we're all on the same page. Like, yeah, I just keep feeling like we're getting fed all sorts of things that that are just window dressing for the facts. And the facts of the matter are, the Pac-12 felt very strongly about protecting its student athletes by not having a fall season,
Right.
and now they don't feel that way.
That's always chapped my ass. It's still it. What is it? It's a hook in my craw or whatever it is. It still bugs me that that's still there. I mean, I just don't get it. What miraculously so changed? Even then, when they decided to pull the trigger on the season, right after all the students unified, right? And my mom's 70, 71, and even she called me. She's like, Mio, do you think they stopped the football season because all the players wanted to get paid? Like, I don't know, mom, but I mean, if my mom's asking that kind of question, I'm like, there
Yeah,
it was more than that, clearly, and it's like it's all of a sudden. And then there was another tweet, and I've retweeted this before. It's like everyone knew, the universities knew the kids were going to play regardless. They were going to go forward with it anyway, regardless of the situation. And it seems now that the death rate, everyone's talking about the death rate. You're not going to die from COVID-19. Okay, that the numbers are kind of going that route. But now it's the long-term effects, right? That none of us know about 6, 7 months into it. So I mean, it's just, are those, so if someone was right about the death rate, is someone going to be right about the long-term effects? Which is, I don't, that's why it all bothers me, right? It's almost as if we're getting football, we've been given a gift we don't deserve because we didn't do anything to
yeah,
earn it and for it to come back. So I don't know. Like I told Brad last week, I don't mean to turn this into a therapy session, but it just, that's what's been bugging. That's what's been chapping my asshole since the announcement. I wasn't happy about. I was more happy about the basketball announcement because at least I know they're trying to go towards bubbling them or potting them or whatever else it is. But
yeah,
it was just the football thing. Just, it doesn't sit well with me still. And maybe I should just be happy it's back. But it's really not back. I still got to wait 6 weeks.
yeah. This whole, I mean, honestly, like I think we're all tired of it. We're tired of everything. I am. And but there are some things that haven't changed and that don't care if we're tired or not.
Hmm.
And so there are some things that you have to be steadfast about, and that's protecting yourself and your health.
Yeah.
uh, I, I've slipped off in the last month because I'm just you always get that thing in the back of your mind. It's just like, for what,
Hmm.
I'm not going anywhere. I'm not doing anything. I've tried to do most things the right way. I left town once.
Right.
I went to Montana for like 3 weeks. Um, there wasn't really any cases up in Wyoming and Montana, and we stayed as distant as we could. But we're still having to stop to use public restrooms when we're taking a 500-mile drive during the day,
Of course.
and all that. And so, there was that. And then my wife flew to North Carolina because she had a friend out there who was
Mm.
alone, locked down,
Wow.
and works in HR. So just has to call people and tell them that they're being furloughed all day. And it was pretty miserable. So
Wow.
my wife went out and stayed with her for about 8 days. And I mean, other than leaving the town that one time, I think we drove our kids to a San Diego beach and drove them back home once.
How was
And I
that? Was that like a day trip or what'd you do? Because that was cool. But I mean, what was that?
we stayed at Humphreys Half Moon uh, overnight and drove back in the morning. It was just nice to get them out of the house. The heat's been the killer. It really has,
Mm.
because any other, if we were locked down anywhere else in the country, my 4 kids inside, they'd have been able to do something.
Yeah, they would have been in the backyard or whatever else. Exactly.
Yeah, and it's killing me to watch them lose out on experiences, as much because of the weather as COVID. Yeah, I've been married 14 and a half years. Went on a date every single week,
Hmm.
uh, and haven't in 7 months.
Haven't
There's
had
just,
to.
there's a bunch of stuff that we changed, and it was all to try to make sure that the people that we loved who were at risk,
Of course.
which in the beginning, my understanding of it was that, my daughter has a heart issue and had a respiratory issue, that she could have been at risk. And we've mitigated a lot of that risk by just not really going anywhere or doing anything.
Right.
My father has had a heart attack. Her father's had a heart attack.
Wow.
Her mom has a propensity for blood clots.
Okay.
And so, yeah, so we've done everything we could to just kind of lock down and protect ourselves, try to protect other people. I've seen plenty of, I've had all the arguments, I've talked with all the people on every angle of every thought, some of which maybe I even agree with, but at the same time, it's, we have the luxury of
Yes.
inconveniencing ourselves right now. Like
Right.
the fact that you can stay home is a luxury
Right.
and an inconvenience at the same time, because there are people who might like to stay home, but like they need to go to work, like Lena Washington's dad, and
Yeah.
he passed away. And so, they're just started to open churches back up, and my wife has been like leading worship at a bunch of different churches virtually.
Mm-hmm.
And they opened my father-in-law's church back up, and he got COVID immediately. So he's at home on lockdown right now. He's
Jeez
on like
whiz.
day 5.
I
Had
was
a
like,
different symptom every single day.
like the church was open a few hours, and all of a sudden they had to close back.
Got a like a staff meeting. Got at the before even attendees were
Wow.
there, and so it's still kicking people's asses. Aaron has a coworker who put him in the hospital, gave him a blood clot, and had they not done a CT scan of his lungs, he'd have been donezo. So, I'm tired of this COVID bullshit, but like COVID doesn't give a shit what I think.
Yeah.
Or any of us. It's still wrecking people's lives. And you just don't know how it's going to affect person to person.
Right.
You get a young, fit person who spent 4 months fatigued, and then for every one young person who spent 4 months fatigued, you have 50 young people who are completely asymptomatic.
Mm-hmm.
And, I think that at some point we just have to come together and say, we don't understand. It's not fair. It's quite random. Let's do our absolute best to take care of ourselves, which by extension will take care of other people.
Who says that
That's
though?
the Ayn Rand philosophy. That's
Mm-hmm.
is you have to be selfish because you can't give what you don't have.
Right.
That's a very conservative way of thinking. And I don't know. I think people are maybe a little bit too tired, and they see that they've been fine so far. Maybe they've already had it, wasn't that bad, and they just want to get back to doing the things the way that they were. And I think that the people who make that decision are okay people. They're not murderers. They're not, they're just people doing their
Right.
best. I hope they're doing their best, because that's all we got. All we have is each other. And
Yeah, exactly.
it's really, really nice to know other people are doing their best.
That's all we can ask for. I mean, it's just especially with the hiccups that were made with the CDC. They made those hiccups the past few weeks too. I had my physical, so I'm not dying any faster. You're not rid of me yet. But like the doctor was saying, it's like and I asked him straight out. It's like, okay, what do you read as a doctor? And he even mentioned, he said, I have family up in so and so, and they think it's a conspiracy. I'm like, we all have that. So I mean,
My family. Oh my gosh.
we
My
all,
family. Holy hell.
yeah, you have, and that one is not necessarily from COVID, but just necessarily from the Facebook COVID. I wish there was a Facebook terminology for COVID.
Yeah. Facebook's been pretty wild. Like I would definitely recommend to anybody that doesn't have to be on there to not because the thing about Twitter is if somebody has a terrible opinion on Twitter, there's a 99.9% chance I don't know who that person is. It doesn't affect me. If somebody on Facebook has a terrible opinion and it's on my timeline, it's somebody I love,
Yeah.
somebody that I have to deal with in some way.
See,
And I'm
that's my
watching a lot of my really close friends and some of my distant family just bite on
mm,
some of the biggest bits of nonsense. And it's tough because I'm not one to sit by and
of course.
not say anything. And so I'll be like, hey, this is a really dumb thing, and you shouldn't
We wouldn't
put
have
this
you
out
any
there.
other
You
way.
should spend some time thinking critically, and because you keep saying stuff like this, it's
Hmm.
going to make you sound like you're an asshole. And then that's when I'll have other acquaintances or friends of friends jump in and be like, "Hey, be nice." And I was like, "Do you think you're being nice by letting your friend become like a QAnon believer? Do you think you're being
Yeah.
nice by letting your friend admit that he bought a gun and that if he sees somebody walk past his property that's suspicious, that he's going to take aim?" Like,
Hmm.
that stuff isn't normal stuff from your friend. You
That's
can't just
frightening,
hope it
man.
goes away.
That's
And so,
frightening as hell. I haven't been consistently on Facebook for almost 3 4 years, so it's almost unrecognizable. So I mean, but I still leave it active because maybe there's a family member I want to reach out to, or hey, but I mean, I think I'm just gonna have to press down and say, look, I want to stay in contact. Here's my number. No more Facebook, because there's plenty of, I mean, there's all kinds of people I was out there, but it's just the only reason I keep contact is because I just want, there's family members I want to stay in contact with.
yeah,
I'm just gonna have to get their numbers and text and be done with it. Bill Crawford mentioned that he went to the beaches last week, restaurants and takeout. All the air smelled like a rock concert. Not that fun, but he said it was good to get away, which I don't blame you, right? Because I mean, we did something like that probably 6 weeks ago. We went to the coast before all the fires. We went out there, went to this place called Sam's Crab Shack in Half Moon Bay. Absolutely love that. Phenomenal seafood. And we just sat there and ate, and it was just good, like you said, be outdoors and to
yeah,
just eat and just be away. Because it must have been like, for us, it was hot as hell. So it was probably like 95, almost 100. We go all
yeah,
the way out to the beach. We always go to the coast, and it's like 64 and foggy. And we're like, it's awesome. And so just, I agree with you. I'm tired. That's why I've reduced my interaction on Twitter a lot, because I was interacting in one way, and now I just gotta, for my own mental health, but
yeah.
also I've had some new I've had some good ideas. I know we've talked about this show. I actually came up with another channel idea. I'm actually
Awesome.
doing that. So I've been writing a lot for that. So
That's great, man.
it's been good to be able to, like you said, you were looking to write more.
Yeah,
And that's what writing a script is probably the worst, is not necessarily my strength, but it because it takes me so long, but
yeah.
I know it's gonna be something amazing. I know it is. I see it in my brain. I feel it. It's just a matter of getting out there. So I think that's what I'm grateful for stepping away from the Twitter, but I miss the information. I miss the interaction. So
Yeah, and the nice thing about a script is it won't take up half of your office and cause bulk purchase soil. And you can
Where do you get that? Do you get it shipped, or do you have like do you
I
go to
just go to
like Home Depot?
Ace.
Is that what
Just
it is?
yeah,
Okay.
I just there's an Ace a couple miles from me. We don't have a we still nice thing about this town, we still don't have a Lowe's, a Home Depot,
Oh,
and
right
everything
on.
like that. We'll get it soon, because the rate of growth of this place is
Is it
unlike
still
anything.
is it still going?
Yeah, and because your people, Californians, are flooding out. Every home in my neighborhood that is for sale is about $30,000 to $40,000 above where it should be.
You've got a bidding war going on.
Hmm.
Wow.
So there's like a national housing shortage because people know that they need workspace. They've been stuck in a place, and a lot of them are moving to permanently work from home, and so they need space and workspace, and if it's been in your mind,
Yeah.
to get up and go, now is probably the time to do it. What I don't understand is this is obviously a bubble, and it might not pop, but it's definitely going to correct.
Mm,
And I get afraid, because I feel like it'd be nice to buy some property in Montana or Wyoming and just
okay.
feel a little closer to where I'm where I'm from.
Would
But
you
like,
move up there with all your kids, or would it be after your kids are grown up?
I would move there with my kids.
In a heartbeat?
Somebody,
Cool.
yeah, somebody gave me some really cool advice because my whole thing was always I will wait until my youngest is out and then we're gone. You know, I want to go home.
Yeah,
And I still say home, and it's I
that's
don't have a
cool.
lot of family traditions. I heard you talking to Doug about like the stuff that gets left and
Right.
passed down. I don't have a whole lot of that either, uh, but I do feel pulled to that land,
Mm, that's
and I don't know
wonderful.
what it is because they all left or died. You know, they're gone from there, and it
Right.
still calls me constantly. Like I crave it. I
That's
like
wonderful, man. That's cool.
if I dream about anything positive, it's like that fresh air and that wide open space, and I love it. And I have a friend up there who's I used to be a kid that I mentored who turned into like a really successful entrepreneur, and he had offered me some work, and I told him I was like, hey, anything I do is gonna have to wait until my kids are
Mm.
done. You know, I got both sets of parents down in Arizona, and he said, don't wait until your kids can't call where they have to visit you home, you know.
Oh, interesting.
And I've been thinking on that for the past year, and it's, you know, we got a couple of years before my oldest is in high school.
Hmm.
He's in the middle of a red shirt year right now. We're not even homeschooling, they're just not
Really?
doing
Okay.
school. No, we do Spanish, guitar, piano,
Okay.
workout, and then their day ends at like 1 because I can't work online and have Aaron work online and have 4 kids all working online
Okay.
in the
Got you.
space. We just can't. Um, I mean, we can, but it would be hell.
Oh,
Like
absolutely.
I wouldn't be able to do my job, not at all.
Hmm.
Um, and because my job now involves a bunch of other people, I want to give it an honest go.
Yep.
I was really looking forward to sending my kids back to school, but you know, that's not even going to be an option for like another month for a couple of them.
Is
So
that what it is? So they've held off that long? Okay.
yeah, so they're all 4 of them are the youngest in their grade, and
Okay.
we can afford it. So they are. It's crazy how much Deep Purple I hear in my house on their little Fender Squire
Right.
all all day. And then my youngest son is a very obsessive person.
Okay.
He thinks that piano is like a video game. He thinks you can master it,
Wow, that's
and
cool.
it's cool and it's bizarre and scary at the same time. He'll sit down um, often every day for about 3.5 hours.
It's, and the way I hear that, and I'm reading a book by Jim Quick, and he had a story in there about Bruce Lee, and your son is practicing the one finger punch every day, and he's going to be, a master at it. Yes, it's just, it's the same. What is it? How did he say? Do you fear the person that has practiced 10,000 punches once, or one punch 10,000 times? It sounds like that's what he's doing.
Yeah, and he's just that's who he is. Like if he locks onto a food, he'll eat only that food.
Okay.
He eats probably like if we don't hide them, like lock them up, he'll eat 6, 7 bananas a day.
Right
Just
on.
he
Wow.
like he likes. And do you hear that trickle? Hear that
There it
water
is.
noise?
He's not peeing, ladies and gentlemen.
Yeah, I'm gonna shut it off just for the purposes of this stream, so you don't hear that stream. Give me a second. I guess I just unplug it.
Is that it? Oh, because then the pump won't work at all. That makes
Yeah,
sense.
it's on a timer. It's got these little notches, and you just knock up
Oh,
like
yeah, yeah.
one. So hour off, 15 minutes on. It's kind of cool.
They didn't have a Wi-Fi Internet of Things enabled thing where you can control from your device.
I'm sure the next iteration of it will be that for the people who are out and about. But it's nice that it's just kind of on a timer or whatever. But
That's
yeah,
brilliant,
my
man.
youngest son is obsessive. I don't remember what we were originally talking about that led me to
But it was, again, no
my
school,
kids.
and there was no school. You're not homeschooling them. You're doing, but it was also about moving back to Montana, not waiting for them.
Yes. Yeah. And so in a couple of years, when my oldest is about to go to high school, that could be a good time to do it because
Okay.
then at least, you know, he'll have some roots there. He'll have a reason to come visit us if that's where we decide
Absolutely.
to settle. Now it's just about finding the right place, because it's not like my hometown is the only thing. My wife loves the Flathead Valley. She likes Kalispell,
Mm,
Whitefish,
okay.
um, that area. I'm partial to like Red Lodge, Sheridan, Wyoming, the northwest part of the
Okay.
Cody, where Kanye West lives now. But the Black Hills, I mean,
Oh,
Black
I've
Hills are
heard
an
that's
expensive
stunning.
place to live,
Is it?
but
Okay.
oh my goodness, is it? And not Sturgis per se, but
Why
Spearfish.
not?
And Sturgis is wild, man. It's definitely not my scene. My in-laws are both bikers, and my dad is into it. But like,
Is that year round or is that just that week that time?
it's just that time. But
Okay.
like, if you can't get accommodations for that time, you just schedule it for 3 weeks earlier or 3 weeks after.
Mm-hmm.
So it's like 7, 8 straight weeks of bikers coming through every town up there in every direction. And those are the greatest like roads to ride on. My favorite place in the world is called the Beartooth Highway. It's the 212, and it goes from Red Lodge, Montana to Cook City, Montana,
Mm-hmm.
and it traverses back and forth the border of Montana and Wyoming at about 9,000 feet.
Wow.
And it's the switchbacks, and it's gorgeous, and there's snow in July. And I go there probably every year. I go
Okay.
up there and drive it in the minivan with my family, and so you just have people out looking for roads like that they can ride on, and then they all just converge on Sturgis and have a good time. It
Wow.
seems like a really really cool lifestyle. I dig it, but it's not. It's never really been my thing per se.
Right.
Um, but Spearfish is north of the Black Hills.
Okay.
It is. I mean, this is like an idyllic little town. It's just absolutely gorgeous. And so, somewhere like that. I mean, I'd be open to like Colorado Springs as well. If
Okay.
I really am going to go wherever the money is for my wife, since
Fair.
she's the breadwinner. So, and then if I can get Arizona varsity established and up and running and be able to leave it in good hands, then that's what we'll do. But then again, like I could quit doing what I do tomorrow. You can never hear from me again, and I would be fine. Um, so like
Well, I'd be bummed if I never heard from you.
yeah, I do very much appreciate that, but I do mean that like this isn't I don't think I've ever like defined myself through any of this stuff that I'm doing is just an avenue to just be able to create.
Mm-hmm.
I want to make cool stuff, and you and I have talked about that. And so,
Absolutely. I love
um,
that. And that's actually brilliant. So, and definitely gonna, you know how us Catholics are. I'm gonna add you. You're in my rosary anyway, but you're part of my rosary. I'm gonna, we have, if I could sacrifice a chicken to speed up that timeline for you, I would. But,
I
and if you
appreciate.
if you disappeared, at least I know what state you're in, because then I can just walk around. Have you seen this man?
Oh, that's not
Have
my.
you?
So my dream is to have, um, my dream is to have a piece of property that can house. I would say I guess like conferences, but more of like an artist collective.
Mm,
So like
okay.
people could come there and they could record, or if there was some type of like culty leadership conference, or just a musician's getaway, or
Right.
something like that. Like that. My dream, my ultimate dream in life would be to have a space that people can come to and make cool stuff.
Wouldn't that
To be able to provide that space and the hospitality for it is like the avenue for it right now is virtual. It's Arizona varsity, and
right?
I've been blessed to have about 20 people on board who are willing to try something new and encourage each other. But the goal is for it to be a physical space. And
Mm,
I'm not somebody who really knows how to see those things through, but that's always been in the back of my head that if I go up there, it's open invite for anybody who's around to just come up and take in some clean air and take a break, get refreshed, and go back to doing what they do.
I see it like one of those. It's like one of those documentaries where you hear about all those rock bands and they go to this one studio that's in who the hell knows where, and then it just has that big old soundboard, and then just people come and you have all these crazy stories about, Pink Floyd reunites at your sound studio because they just
Have
like, yeah.
you have you seen Sonic Highways? The
No.
Foo Fighters went to 8 cities in
Okay.
8 weeks. They spent a week in each city.
Okay.
and they recorded just like you're talking about. They recorded in that city's most storied studio,
Okay.
interviewed people from the local scene, and told the story of music of those cities.
Oh, right on.
And then they wrote a song and they dedicated it to that city, and then they released an 8-song album.
Okay.
And it's just Sonic Highways, and so it's I think
Interesting.
Seattle, L.A., Austin, Texas, Nashville, New York, DC, and Chicago, and New Orleans.
Interesting. No, Detroit. Interesting.
Yeah, yeah. No Detroit, no Detroit.
Yeah.
They talk a little Motown.
There's
Um,
those are
some of the
major
Chicago
cities,
stuff.
but yeah,
Yeah,
but
yeah.
Andrew Taylor saying Rick Rubin. Yes, you're Rick Rubin too.
And yeah, so Rick Rubin's all over that. I interview him a bunch, but it's a really really cool watch. It used to be free on HBO, but it's we got it on iTunes for like $20, and there's a bunch of profanity, but it was worth it to sit down. I watched one episode every other day with my kids over the last 2 weeks.
Okay.
And I even watched the New Orleans. I watched with my kids the New Orleans one, and then went back and watched it again right after. This was made in 2014, and I hadn't seen it since then. It was it was really cool to see like what picked my kids' interests, and my 11-year-old loved every story of like excess and partying and and consequences,
Of course.
consequence free living until the consequences come. And my oldest just loves all the factoids and the
Right.
who played with who, which then begat what type of music.
Wow.
He's trying to answer some Jeopardy questions off this. So,
Oh,
but that was
interesting.
a really cool experience. And I don't know about you, but like one thing that I've not been able to do during this, I can't watch television. Like
Hmm.
this would be like the perfect time to cram 40 million different series that you've
Right.
been wanting to watch. But like I like to watch TV when there's other options and I'm choosing to shut off. I don't know the
Oh,
other
I see what you're saying.
freaking options. All I can do is watch television, so I have no desire to do it. This is the first time I have not watched Hard Knocks the moment that it came out.
Oh,
I've not seen
wow.
a minute of it.
Okay.
The first time I haven't watched Last Chance U the minute it came out. I haven't seen
Oh,
it
yeah,
since the
that's
second of it.
out.
I can't. I just can't sit still and watch. I mean, I have to pace my kitchen instead, doing nothing other than something that would probably help me to be able to talk about Hard Knocks or whatever. Thank God for sports, because that's the first time I've actually been able to like sit and
Hmm.
consume a thing. Um, I don't know if you feel the same way, man, but I couldn't get into it the first weekend.
Go ahead.
It didn't feel real. That
Right.
Navy BYU thing, like all of it, just felt so surreal.
Did.
Felt like we hadn't earned it or whatever, or like it just.
Exactly.
And then I gave it a shot that second week, and less with college, more with the NFL.
Yes.
The NFL put on a hell of a show week one.
I heard about it. Again, I'm still not watching NFL, but Twitter was a buzz.
Yeah, and it was and then week two was like, oh, now everybody's in triage, but like, it just felt. I mean, it was diet normal, but it felt a little normal, like a little bit of that taste
Yeah.
was there to see your timeline light up and everybody like reacting to
Something.
sports plays instead of like bitching each other out about politics or whatever.
Or how many people have or aren't sick or this or that. I mean, we're still ragging on each other about games getting canceled, but I feel you, right? It was very uncomfortable that first game, right? Because I just really wasn't sure. There was a guilt, I think, of me. It's like I'm watching this and I feel guilty because, you know, it is still out there and we're still watching this and it's still going on. And I still feel that way. I think but I'm still there. I'm waking up, I'm watching game day. As soon as game day's over and I see all the picks, then I go take the dog for the walk and I'm listening to the
Yep.
radio call of some game and then I sit down and I'm watching. I got my laptop, I got big TV and then game's going and I'm just watching. So like I said, I feel guilty, but I'm doing it. And like you, I don't watch TV because I know these 16 weeks are just consuming, and then so now I'm not watching much. But what I am doing is I'm writing for that new channel, and I'm actually reading a lot more. I'm reading more than I have in a while, and so that's what I'm. It's a lot of self help, but I'm also doing graphic novels. So
That's cool. That's really cool.
yeah,
I got Marvel Unlimited
good.
for my kids, and and I'm just wondering how long it is before I'm back reading some of the old comics. I
I
like
have
to.
to hold it though. I can't read it on my device.
I get that.
I get the graphic novel, and it's just I'm reading one. It's called Monstrous, and the book I swear is probably £10, but it's
We
just
got, the local library here
okay.
sometimes gives away like old comic books or whatever, and so we got
That's
I
cool.
stockpiled a ton of them and let my kids read them, and I don't know if that is good for them or not. I don't care. My parents didn't care,
Yeah.
so I care too much.
But they're reading. At least they're reading, and they're not going because I mean, I'm not
Yeah,
exactly sure if you're because how old is your oldest?
I have 12, 11, 7, and 4.5.
Okay, got it. Because my first Padawan one is 16, and then twins are 13, right? So you know, Padawan one, she actually saved all her quinceanera money. She saved a bunch of money, and she finally bought herself an iPhone 11 Max. So she saved up $1,300 because she actually said, "I'm going to
Wow,
save $1,100,"
bought
and
it
I'm like,
outright.
she bought it outright, and she was
Cool.
like, she said she had, and she had a summer job, and she was like, I have enough for the 11. I'm like, all right, let's go online, and she didn't take into account the tax, so she had to work a few more weeks.
Yeah, yeah,
Yeah,
yeah.
yeah. So then she's like, oh, but she bought it outright. It's hers. It's insured,
Cool.
screen case, everything else. But that was a big thing for her. But now she's always on it. Same thing with Padawan 2. He's on PS4. I mean, I'm lucky because Padawan 3, she's actually downstairs on her iPad Pro. So she's
Yeah,
always drawing. So it's like, okay, at least we see her. So I don't know if you're, I don't know. I actually had to introduce, I had to do parental controls. I'm Wi-Fi and this and that. So at least I see them for a little while. Right. So
yeah.
I don't know if they've
I
gotten there yet.
Today I bought Twisted Metal for my kids. So that's what they're upstairs playing it
They're
right
doing it right now.
now. My whole theory on video games is like I can't imagine being a kid now and going like straight from not knowing anything about video games into VR. Like,
Right.
and because I remember Nintendo probably came out when I was like 4 years old, and
Yep.
so my thing was always they have to do it in the order that I did it.
Okay.
And so we had a Super Nintendo, and that was their introduction to video games.
Got it.
And then Sega from there, and now they are on the PS3.
Ah.
They play a couple of PS3 video games, but for the most part, I buy PS1 classics.
Oh, right on. Okay.
So they've got like Spyro the Dragon and Armored
Oh, right on.
Core, and so I'm pretty against any games that have any violence because they're going to experience plenty of that.
Mm,
That's all games. It's just getting super realistic.
right.
And so that when they are old enough to make that choice for themselves, then they can play GTA all they want to. I love GTA. It's a stress reliever for me. Like I'm not sure it's good for the brain of my 11-year-old who already trends toward wanting to see those things anyway. So
Right.
and then in my head I was like, well, Twisted Metal is just like all violence. It's like Mario Kart
Right.
battle mode, but with like actual like guns. And I was like, yeah, but you can't really see like the animation isn't good enough to actually see the bullets and
Right.
stuff. So that's how I excused it. I was like, there's pixelation. So I'll
Pixel.
just tell them that yeah,
Uh,
those aren't bullets that the taxi cab is firing. They're laser beam.
right. Obscurity by pixelation.
Right.
That was and so Padawan 2 was actually a PC gamer because he would always play stuff on my computer. So he actually went from PC to console. So there was and he didn't get one until it wasn't until his 13th birthday. So he was actually able to start doing all those and everything else. But now it's just really a matter of watching his time, right? I think that's the whole thing too. And now I'm building a new computer, so it's going to be a monster computer. So he's going to get my leftover one. So he's already thinking about like this is where I want my desk, and this is where we're going to mount the monitor, and this is how we're going to. I'm like, all right, I'm
Cool.
glad you're excited. I'm glad you're excited because then we will build that one up. But that was actually curious. But so I am like I said, I am glad you have that vision for Montana, and I will continue to pray that you get that sooner than later. But as always, it's always it's in it's in God's time, not our own, much as we
Yeah,
want
yeah.
it.
And I'm also not 100% sure. Like my wife is all in on it, but she hasn't done one of those winters.
Mm.
So you never know. You never know if that's
Where's she from originally?
not for you. She's from Pittsburgh, but she was only there till she was like 7. Couple years in Arizona, couple years in Manhattan, Kansas, and then moved from sophomore year of high school. I met her when she was a junior in high school.
Okay.
Sophomore year of high school until now, she's been in Arizona, save for like a 6-month stint at a Bible college in
Mm.
La Mirada. So,
Yeah, see, even Kansas, even that Kansas isn't, because I mean that's up there. That's virtually a Canada winter. I mean that's a tough. That I mean you're far up north where it's going to be brutal. I mean you don't get the lake effect, but it's still brutal.
yeah, yeah, it's I mean, I'm good as long as there's no wind. The wind is the killer for me.
Yeah.
I mean, chill, all that. But when I lived up there for 3 years from 19 to 22, um, and before that I hadn't experienced the winter because I spent 3 months of the summer there and the other 9 months here.
Oh, that's right. You were up there
My
visiting.
my weather life was as perfect as it could be from like 1987 through 2002.
Right.
Like I think I saw snow twice, and I was here for that 120-degree day in like
Oh,
1990
right. Yeah.
that everyone still talks about.
The 90. Yeah.
Um, but other than that, like I missed most of the hot summers, and so when I was up there, I learned a lot about what I can and can't take. Anything over 19, if you're out for less than 30 minutes, you can get away with a t-shirt. You really can, especially if
Interesting.
the wind's not blowing.
Okay.
Anything under 19, like you'd be an asshole to try to
Mm.
go out there with short sleeves on. I found that that shoveling snow is a very cathartic exercise,
Okay.
and um, scraping ice is not. Scraping ice is my least favorite thing in the entire world. And I remember I tried, like the third morning, I tried a workaround
Okay.
by heating up some water in a pot and
Yeah.
just walking outside and dumping it on the windshield of my car.
Oh dear. What
And my
happened?
windshield burst, just shattered.
I guess that is an Arizona move because it works in Arizona, but it
Yeah.
just
And so
doesn't
then it
work up
just
there.
goes directly into my car.
Oh my God.
Hey, the windshield didn't ice over because there was no windshield. So I just put some plastic out and then I just drive with nothing in front for a
You're
couple.
doing the what is it, the Ace Ventura with your head out the
Yeah,
window?
head out the window. Yeah. Um, I hitting the brakes in snow. Um, I that took me a minute. I think
Yeah.
I ended up just walking everywhere for the final 2
I think I
years.
remember you saying that it was just a complete, it's like forget it. Did I tell you about my time in Cincinnati?
No.
So I traveled all over the damn place, all over US. So it was domestic. And so I had to go to Cincy early February. So it was not a warm time. Having been grown and raised as a desert rat and living in California, I think the coldest I've probably been in my entire life was probably maybe in the high 20s. And even then, it was just, okay, here it is 20s and everything else. The low was the high for the week was -3. And then the low was like -13. So and to your point, right? So, you try to de ice it with hot water. I went to the gym actually. I got to the hotel, I went to the customer, went back to the hotel, went to this gym they had to deal with, and I go and I get all dressed up. I take my shower, I get back to the car, and I turn the wipers on. They just the wipers stayed just so like you, I Mace Ventura all the way back to the hotel. Fortunately, it wasn't that far, but yeah. And then Hertz, thank God, came back and replaced it while I was asleep, and I had keys in the morning. But
Yeah. But
no to
that
cold, no to
joy
cold.
of seeing spring come is, it's not something that I ever really got to experience
Mhm.
before, and it's a real awesome thing. The fall thing, the colors, I guess I mean, it's a mess that you have to clean up. They're going to drop those leaves,
Yeah,
and
all
someone's
those leaves go.
responsible for 'em.
See,
I
that's
keep
interesting too.
landscapers in business, but when everything turns green, like that's hard to beat, and you do get that a little bit in Arizona,
Yeah,
but that also comes with the dread of like, oh my god, in 2 weeks it's going to be like 97 for no reason. So
right.
there's, spring in Arizona comes with just this unspoken impending dread.
Yeah,
Um,
you know what's coming. You
yeah,
know
and
what's coming.
before this year, I never bitched about the heat, and I think I'm trying to give myself a little bit of grace on this year because 54 days over 110 degrees
That's
is
fucking
21
brutal.
more than we've ever had before.
That is over 110. Not, I mean, it was always a record was how many days over 100. No, you're tracking the number of days over 110, which is fucking insane.
Yeah, and I think the most days we ever had above 115 was like, oh, like 5 or 6, and
Is
now it's like
whiz.
13 this year.
That's wicked.
It's untenable, man. So all these people that are moving here from California, good luck. If this shit happens again, I can't. I can't.
I don't blame you. I cannot even comprehend, and it's not because of asphalt. I don't give a shit when anyone tells me it's not asphalt.
I'm not even in that. I'm out in Maricopa
Yeah,
in the desert dirt. Somehow those wild horses that are a mile from my house all lived. I don't even know what they're drinking. I don't even know if horses drink water at this point. They, they survived. Meanwhile, like I thought I was gonna die walking to my mailbox. So
wow. Yeah, it's not
maybe
as
they're camels that look like horses. I don't know.
yeah, it's not asphalt. It's like I've always had that argument, and then like to your point, right? It's like everyone's like, okay, I'm going to move to Arizona because I can buy, I can have a 4,000 square foot house for, a quarter of what I was spending in California. But I'm like, man, that heat is buns. I mean, it's just like, and even then you think about, okay, the house is less, the electricity's less. It's like, oh, I'll have this as a pool, and it's like the water gets up to 99 degrees. I mean, it's like it's not even nice after a while. So I mean,
Yeah,
anyway, that's a brilliant. I mean, it's not brilliant, but it's just a very eye-opening way to think about it. Is like if this happens again next year, yeah, I think it's. They're saying it will. They're saying it's going to be more consistent, which is frightening.
that's wild. That's why because it was almost double the worst year we ever had. And to me, like that's not for me. Climate change would feel like maybe more gradual. That
Yes.
I just want someone to tell me like 4 years ago there was a solar flare and it was a Lakers fan. and, and so it just came to earth with two middle fingers up toward
Yeah, and it's just like I'm going to scorch you to the balls and everything else. And
I fantasize about there being an explanation for what happened this year because it's and then just the coupled with being locked indoors. But what would we have done anyway? I mean, all the trees in our neighborhood are torched. They're
wow.
just dead. Everything and it's just they're burnt to a crisp. And I don't know. I don't know, man. This year was wild, and it feels good to kind of be through it. But then again, like it's 100 every single day for like the next 10 days until it's
Still,
still yeah. And
I
but the
mean,
funny thing about the high school season got delayed because of COVID, but the first couple of weeks would have been canceled anyway
because of
because you can't. From when I worked in the public schools and as a charter school teacher, we weren't supposed to have kids outdoors above 104
wow.
and they would have been kicking off at 110 for like the
Mm.
first 3 weeks.
So it wouldn't have. It's kind of like here in California. Then you wouldn't have been kicking off football anyway because of all the smoke and fires. So then you wouldn't have been able to be. So you wouldn't have done that anyway. But
Yeah,
so. I mean, I had kind of an interesting transition question, right? It's like with all that, right? You kind of answered it because I was curious. Were games going to get played? And it just you can't. You're not allowed to.
like up north, maybe like Flagstaff or something like that. But even then, if it's 10 degrees hotter than it usually is, for those kids, that's that if them having to play at 100
Yeah.
degrees would probably be hell for them at Coconino or something.
Exactly. Because I mean,
That's a
that probably would have put the Tucson and Phoenix schools out of there, but then like Page and all those other ones out in the mountains, and I always say Douglas because that's where my parents are from, so they would always
so
play the.
Page mostly plays.
Now, my parents are from Douglas, but I know the town of Page. But go ahead.
Yeah, they canceled. They canceled the season outright. So
Did
they didn't
they?
even delay the season. So because most of the schools they play against are res schools, and then
Oh, got it.
Tucson and Phoenix, they didn't. They were not really ever on board as a city. The coaches and the kids maybe,
Hmm.
but Tucson and Phoenix are kind of having to do their own thing.
Okay.
It's just a mess. I don't. I'm supposed to know things. But I have a big enough staff to where it's at the point where I'm just trusting that they'll figure it out.
Okay.
So many things have changed so many times that it's not worth paying attention to for me until they kick off. To be
Okay.
honest, it's
Because we were talking,
just
because you
a
were,
lot to keep track
yeah,
of.
but you were talking about this. So, are there districts not playing still, or all districts in Phoenix playing now? In the Phoenix area, I should say.
I think Phoenix. I don't know as much about Tucson as I should
Hmm.
about what they've been cleared to do.
Right.
Phoenix is on board. I think maybe they're playing like one last game. The 1A, the little schools, they're only playing like 7 games.
Mm.
It's gonna be weird, man.
Explain to me this lowering of requirements, because I think that's kind of what spiraled me out of
Oh yeah, yeah,
control.
yeah, yeah.
That's kind of what tipped me over. I'm like, I can't anymore. What was?
Yeah.
Explain that to me.
So in Arizona, everything has always been recommendations based.
Hmm.
So all the recommendation is it's a suggestion. The way that it was explained to me was you have to obey traffic signals. You have to, like, there's a penalty for that.
Hmm.
But if those traffic signals are in a parking lot, so like a stop sign in a parking lot, or like if a grocery store paints stop on the
Yeah.
cement, that's a suggestion
Hmm.
because that's not something that law enforcement is going to come and ticket you.
Oh, okay.
When it says like please put your cart back in the corral, like nobody does. If you get in trouble for that, maybe people would actually put them back. But like, so a traffic signal you have to obey, or there's
Right.
a penalty. A traffic signal in a parking lot on private property is a suggestion. Most people obey it, but
Hmm.
for the people that do recognize that it is a recommendation and there is no penalty, you can just sort of do whatever you want. And so
Right.
the idea that they had to get down to 10 positive cases per 100,000 in order for the AIA to allow people to play was a suggestion, not wasn't the letter of the law.
Mm.
Parents were like, we don't give a shit. Like, you are going to take away our kids' season and opportunity to play from them because this unrealistic expectation has been set. So the parents here really they really made a stink
Mm.
big time. And that was another thing. I just completely tuned out because I was like, well, it'll get figured out. I'm not going to lobby. I'll
Yeah.
follow. If they're going to play, I'll cover it. And
Right.
if they're not going to play, then I'll tend to my peppers. So, you
Which
know,
is what I did. I was like, I
yeah.
just because it
And
was what
so
I'm
then
like, I couldn't
they
do it.
got the AIA and the doctors to move it to 75
Hmm.
per 100,000, 75 cases or whatever. But again, I don't think the AIA ever had the intention of saying, if you don't meet this, you're done. I think that was their fail safe to pull the plug if all hell
Mm.
broke loose. They could point
Interesting.
to this recommendation that they got from the medical advisory board and say like, hey, you guys are way outside this, which I don't think anybody's been at 10 cases per 100,000 like that low.
Mm.
So that being inserted was just sort of ridiculous from the get go. But there was definitely some very passionate parents that got that change,
You did
and
get
then
it
it
changed.
just comes back to the whole thing of like, were we dealing with science or what?
I think
What are
that's
we dealing with here?
well. I think it's more like you said. It's I want what I want,
Yeah,
not it's
and
I
I don't
want what
know
I
if that
want.
works. I don't like. That's the thing. It's like I don't get. And me, like I'm the type of person that if I see a line, I'll stand in the back of it, and if somebody cuts, you know, whatever. They'll get to me when they get to me, and
Right.
if it was that important to you, cool. Maybe I'll say something, maybe I won't. But like,
Right.
I kind of go with the flow or whatever, and so maybe it's just me not being the type of person that realizes that you can bend situations to your will if you're loud enough.
Right.
You just, um, the squeaky wheel gets the oil or whatever. But
Exactly.
I don't know. I've seen a lot of squeaky wheels getting oiled, despite the fact that the things that we're dealing with are supposed to be um, maybe a little bit more concrete,
Hmm.
and you just see different people, whether it's the Power Five conferences doing things different ways with different priorities, and
Right.
it gets really confusing. I'm not
Hmm.
smart enough. I'm not dis not disenfranchised. Disillusioned. I'm not disillusioned enough to say it's all a sham, but
Yeah.
I'm not smart enough to figure out what the hell the justification is for everybody playing by different
Same.
rules.
Absolutely. And I think that's really where it is, right? And you know, PJ out to Saturno said emotions overruling logic and facts, and I think that's really the case, right? I want what I want, and it's that Isaac Asimov quote that I just continually throw out there. Democracy does not mean, you know, my facts are the same as your ignorance, and I think that's where it is, and that's again, I think it really comes back to okay, Arizona foot, high school football, and all this other stuff came back when we really didn't do what we needed to earn. But again, the sticking point is that one of the things that just chapped my ass was like, okay, is all of this proving Clavis right? Right, which is one of those things, and it shouldn't really
Well,
be.
first of all, he doesn't believe a word of what he's saying. So like this for him, and it's not even like I think a grift is when you're taking advantage of people.
Go ahead.
Um, Clay Travis sees that a lot of people feel a certain way,
Hmm.
and he's giving that a voice despite not believing it. And even the people who
Charlatan, is that what it is? Almost like one of those.
maybe, yeah, maybe, because even the people that follow him are more interested in having a voice than they are in his sincerity.
Mm,
So they're willing to contribute to his personal wealth and notoriety, despite the fact that like even the good points that he makes, there it's not for anything. He realized there is a vein to tap into, and there's gold in that vein, and that's
and
and I guess more power to him for doing that. But I saw a headline from him today that was like LeBron James makes America a more dangerous place to live. And it just makes me wonder. I'm like, how I think at this point he's just trying to see how far
interesting.
he can take this. And there's been profiles of him where they talk to his wife, and his wife's like, "Holy shit, I cannot believe he like it adds stress to our lives." And
Interesting.
he's like, "Yeah, I'm just trying to walk a tightrope of not losing my marriage." By saying shit that we don't necessarily believe in as a family
Right.
or aren't necessarily our values, but speak to the zeitgeist of the people who feel disenfranchised by the sensitivity of the left oriented. So anthropologically, it's been interesting to
Yeah.
watch it all play out. But then it's like it's real people getting upset about stuff they can't control.
Hmm.
I don't know. What do you think about this, Rob? Like
Tell me.
we, and this just popped in my head right now. We, we're asked to sit at home and stay patient and react to evolving information as it comes. Whole thing's novel. We're figuring it out as we go.
Okay.
But there's a level of self denial that comes along with um, this the pandemic era. Like we're just chilling, right? Like
Right.
for the most part, a lot of us are. And at the same time that we are practicing denial for the
Hmm.
greater good, we can one click a kayak to our goddamn house in 5 minutes. So it has never in history been easier to scratch the itch of instant
Right.
gratification than in the middle of an era in which none of us are gratified because none of us can do the things that we really want to do, which to me
Hmm.
is exist in community. And so um, my mind is blown by that. Like we are sitting at home denying ourselves
Right.
what the world has to offer for the greater good
Hmm.
And in doing so, we don't ever really actually have to practice that
Right.
level of like uh, um, Buddhist monk self-denial, because I bought 5 video games for my kids digitally today.
Right.
I used DoorDash for the first time yesterday,
Oh, good.
because that's the thing I never understood through the pandemic is like, why am I going to have someone drop food off at my house when that means I could actually be in the car for 30 minutes away from my 4 kids,
Right.
whom I love with all my heart, but I, I don't think I was meant to do it 24 hours a day, 23 and a half. So like, I never used the food delivery thing. I think my wife has, but like because I'll take the half hour of
Of
like
course.
going
Right.
and car side or whatever.
Padawan 1 loves DoorDash, but you know what it is? She'll like buy a boba that's $7, but then after it's all said and done, it's like $14. And I'm like, what the fuck? I mean,
Yeah. Do you imagine the like going back to stores again and just being like, holy shit, like are you guys having a sale? I just got
it's
$4.
so inexpensive. Yeah, because you were
Yeah.
paying that piece of shit fee. But
Yeah.
anyway, but
But it's just the idea that we can pretty much get whatever we want whenever we want, um, for any of our needs, and
mhm,
gratify any of our desires as
right.
well. I mean, everything, man. Like, food is immediately accessible. Entertainment is immediately accessible. Uh,
Goods.
Companionship or pornography
Hmm.
immediately accessible. A conversation,
Absolutely.
you can, when you watch chat roulette take off, that made me laugh. It's just like, man, you could go outside and try to meet people, or you could guarantee that you're going to at least have to get a conversation with somebody by logging onto this app. And I don't know how good for us it is to be able to just get everything we want all of the time. And that's the fun thing about still
Right.
covering sports, is because we live in this era where you're able to just get your needs and your desires met immediately, and we still have these coaches making ungodly amounts of money to coach a game, bitching about the fact that like they can't hold a kid's attention while they engage in the same system with
Exactly.
the online, the recruiting, and expecting a kid to be at their every beck and call and DM them back at 11:15 at night on a Tuesday. It's a weird world we're living in, man, and I'm very grateful to have the memories of every process taking work, from
Yes.
dial-up internet to um, when they first brought In and Out to Arizona, of having to sit in a drive-through line for
Right.
50 minutes to get an animal style fries. Like, just, I'm not pre-microwave era, but like there was enough that I experienced that came with being able to wait.
Right.
There was nothing to binge,
Never.
and so
You had your 4 channel, you had your 3 major networks and your 1 local and PBS if you were lucky, right? And then you had that. And then that was the other thing too. And just but back to one thing that I wanted to bring up before we talking about, you know, instant gratification. The other thing was, we're talking about instant relationships and everything else, or pornography, whatever. I tweeted something out from Reddit about OnlyFans. Have you read it? I don't know if you got to see that.
yeah, man, yeah, that's pretty wild. Like, there's a couple of people that of former athletes that I used to cover that are involved in this now.
Are they doing that as well? It's just
Yeah, and it's pretty weird.
it is
Yeah.
weird because it's like it's interesting because the video that I saw, this girl tried to figure out when in the wide world of sports did people start paying for pornography, because that's actually kind of what OnlyFans kindly did, right? Because you had Pornhub and everything else, and they were all these other mini sites of pornography were grouped and bought by Pornhub, and now they're all Pornhub. But now everything's for free there. Why are there girls earning $30,000 a month because they're not necessarily doing, you know, pornographic type of poses or anything else? They're just non-nudes type of stuff, and people are paying for it. So why is that? And again, like you said,
Yeah.
if someone has that money and they're able to, they're just going to throw it out there and get get what they need, whatever it may be. But it's also that, like you said, it's that instant gratification because people don't, it's either people don't realize the work behind it, or our contemporaries have forgotten what that hard work is like, right? Because you're talking about being able to deny yourself, right? I deny myself all the damn time, right? I'm a dad, right? So I have to deny myself all
I love
kinds
it.
of nonsense,
I love
right?
it.
So
Oh,
I get
I
it.
was I was in a space of self pity this morning. Oh my, just over that. I mean, I said out loud to everybody, I'm like, I'm just going to need somebody to throw me a bone.
Right.
Just as I'm taking the L as your dad. I love you, but like, shit, guys, come
To
on.
something. Exactly.
Yeah, somebody do something extra for me. Like, don't make me ask 3 times to get a thing done.
Right.
Somebody find a thing that you think would please me and do that.
Right.
Please, like, someone take an extra step for me right now in this moment, or I'm going to lose my mind.
Right.
That was me. That was me. That's been me probably 2 or 3 times over the last 7 months. But this morning, oh,
It was the one.
speaking my language, dude. Yeah.
I mean, I took the I took the day off, woke up about 6:15. I did my morning prayers. I leashed a dog up, went walked through the park, and I'm like, you know what? I'm gonna go buy me that $1.75 piece of shit coffee. I'm gonna go get it, and I'm gonna walk home drinking it, walking the dog, because like you said, that's just, there's all that. And I think that, like you said, that's that one little reward, that one you can get. But again, a lot of people aren't, because it is so convenient, because you can get every damn thing you want. Now people, one, forget it. And I think that's kind of back to what I kind of said to you before. It doesn't feel like we've earned football back. It's just,
Yeah.
they're like, here it is. You're gonna here's everything, because you're gonna give me millions of dollars because I'm gonna be on TV. So here's everything you need,
And
even though you
because
didn't.
some people bitched.
Yes, exactly. It's like your numbers are wrong. Your
Yeah. And
your
it's
your math is wrong. My math is right.
we're playing by Applebee's rules of like you complain, so we're gonna comp your meal, whether or not
Exactly.
the customer's always right. And that,
And
yeah,
that's
that's
where I'm
tough.
at.
You brought up the OnlyFans thing, and why are people paying for something that they can get for free? And I think the answer really is loneliness, man. People are lonely.
Yeah.
They're missing that ability to connect with others. And I think everything along the lines of any type of gratification is you trying to fill a square hole around objects,
Hmm.
vice versa, whichever shape goes in the other shape. I don't know.
Right. Whatever it may
Um,
be.
but it's just sort of I'm gonna use my favorite word, a vapid and meaningless pursuit.
I
It's
love it.
just vapor. It just
It
disappears.
is.
Um, something into nothing. And
And that's such a brilliant point, because it is vapid. Because back pre COVID, right? You go to the mall or you go shopping someplace, get your fill that weekend, and then you complain all week. Then all of a sudden you can go back and fill it again. It just disappears,
yeah,
right?
I remember pretty early on, like I want to say this was April. A video went viral of a woman sitting in her car crying because she couldn't hold other people's babies.
Oh
And
yeah.
the reason it went viral was it was a lot of people who were sort of like really, like, this is your limit, like this is the thing that
Right.
the world is facing, this massive crisis. People are dying, we're all making sacrifices, and you're going to cry in the car about not being able to hold people's babies. And I remember in the moment just being afraid to be like, yeah, I 100% feel everything this woman is saying
Right.
and agree. Like I'm miserable. I have 3 friends that had kids, and I'm watching them grow up on
Mm.
Instagram stories. Kid, like, that's the one thing. I might not be like the best, most traditional friend, celebrate all the normal things, but like if you have a kid, I might miss a wedding that I was
Of
invited
course.
to. But if you have a child, I will drive 7 hours to look that kid in the face
Right on.
3 months before it even has the ability to smile. I will give you and your bride your first date, and I will sit there and I will
Oh,
hold
that's cool.
the one thing in the world, and I'm surprised more people don't realize this, of like holding the baby, you're doing the most vital work in the entire world. It's the
Absolutely.
easiest thing on earth.
Hmm.
It's incredibly fulfilling, and uh, you can't like in that moment. There can be no distractions.
There's nothing
Somebody's
else.
calling. It doesn't matter. I got a baby.
That's right.
Like, oh, you need me to call. I'm sorry. I'm holding the baby. Like
Exactly.
it's the ultimate out. It's such a cheat code.
Right.
Um, but I love it. I feel like I have just like purpose in this world. You know,
Right.
I'm so I got three friends. They got like 7, 8 month old kids right now,
Yeah.
and like teeth and walking. And these are people that I would have been with every weekend
Yep.
just to get them to be able to get out of the house.
Right.
I haven't even seen their kids yet. Like,
Mm.
and that and so I'm just thinking back on that video where everyone kind of made fun of that woman. I think everybody has kind of different things that
Of
they
course.
that triggers them and gets to them, and we're never going to make it back from this without. I think we've proven that we're not going to do empathy,
Yeah.
not online anyway. Like
No.
there's a lot of empathy online if you go and you know what to look for,
Yeah.
but there's just an incredibly toxic amount of a lack of
Hmm.
considering other
Yeah.
people's perspectives and kind of what might be beating them up in the moment, or even
Right.
the part of empathy where you get to celebrate alongside of somebody, which is the best part of empathy.
Right.
We're missing that, like just being able to be
Oh,
happy
absolutely. Being hanging out. Yeah, because you can't go ahead and celebrate and cheers or be together, whatever else it is, right? You're not being part of that.
and
Mm.
we're not doing grace. um it's
No, there's a yeah. That's it's a whole cancel culture, right? It's like if you're wrong,
yeah,
we're gonna
yeah,
burn you to the ground. We're gonna burn you to atoms.
and
Period.
I feel weird saying cancel culture because often the consequences are in the eye of the beholder,
Okay.
of like, okay, well, you shame somebody. Like, what if they can't experience shame? Did you really cancel them? Like, are
Hmm.
you that
Oh,
person
okay.
didn't hire them? I think it's more like consequence culture.
Okay.
Like, we want you to have a consequence. We want penance. We want a pound of flesh. It's very oddly seems to be done by the same group of people who beg for grace and understanding in the
Okay.
criminal justice system.
Right.
So they want grace and societal understanding and historical perspective for why so many people are locked up for absolutely ridiculous things in for-profit private prisons, and all of that is absolutely
Right.
worth exploring and needs to be addressed. But I've noticed it's a lot of those same people that are sort of on the liberal side of the like political perspective are also more than willing to want people to pay
The pound
very
of flesh.
heavy.
Yeah.
Yeah,
The
like
pound of flesh. Yeah.
they are engaged in some form of judiciousness, like over judiciousness.
Right.
And I think that somebody would say like, well, look at the difference. Obviously, like one is paying an actual penalty, and another person is just being made fun of for saying some dumb shit.
Right.
And I understand that, but there is no way back. There's no way back for us as a people without the ability to forgive. And if you can't forgive, to give grace,
Do
to
you
give
think?
people what you feel they don't deserve. And
Do you,
if we are not a gracious society and we are not an empathetic society, there's not a lot left for us. So that's I worry about that most of all
do
right
you
now.
think that's social media spilling into real life, or do you think that's always been something from the human condition, and then it's spilling and it was or magnified on
Yeah.
social media?
I think being graceless had a cost, and I think lacking empathy had a cost. But now you can door dash the bullshit.
Mm.
You can if I wanted to show a lack of empathy to somebody pre social media,
Hmm.
it would have to be in the midst of an interaction with them,
Right.
typically face to face,
Hmm.
in which ignoring somebody's humanity would have been a superhuman skill because you're there flesh to flesh.
Right.
Um, that the and the pre-social media, if you were in a situation to offer somebody grace, is typically because they apologized directly to you, which is one of the most magical things in all of creation is the ability to get over shit with somebody.
Right.
You know, is that I grew up always hearing that like the one advantage men will always have over women is the ability to bury the hatchet, right?
Mm.
To wield the hatchet and then bury it. You know, and you can argue about whether or not you should be wielding as many hatchets.
Exactly.
As a conflict-oriented person, I'm sure that there's some conviction in that for me too. But I think we can the immediacy that we can act upon our emotions and be reactionary. That's probably the biggest thing is we are we are all taking the temperature instead of setting it.
Mm.
And online, you have these trending topics every single day. And I found myself getting online, aimlessly scrolling through trending topics, clicking on them to see what people had to say,
Of course.
and
Same.
subjecting myself to the potential for outrage.
Yeah.
And and so I haven't been writing much, but I did sit down and I was like, look, this is like going to the refrigerator, opening it up, and just staring into the void. You didn't go there with a goal.
Right.
So you're probably going to walk away with some chocolate ice cream.
Something you're not supposed to have.
Yeah.
Or you
Something you're
weren't
not
meant to
supposed
have. Yeah.
And so if you go to the refrigerator with a goal, you're setting yourself up for success.
Yes.
If you're standing in front of the light until it goes off, because that's the worst for me is when I'm staring at the fridge for so long the light shuts off. Oh my gosh.
For me, it's my fridge starts beeping because the temperature starts climbing. I'm like, ah, shit.
Yeah. And so the there's that part of it of I'm going to consume something that I did not intend to.
Yeah, come what may.
I am going to have the consequences of what I consume. And I think you have to get to a point where you take some personal responsibility for your online behavior.
Mm-hmm.
And there's probably some people watching this right now or who will watch this later and think like, but you don't have a filter. And like, I do. I still say wild shit on the internet, but I'm doing it to entertain myself. I'm doing it to pass the time. I'm not out to hurt anybody's feelings or offend anyone or pile on. I do it sometimes and I feel bad about it immediately. But I would say that we do have to get to the point where we understand that we're going to the refrigerator without a goal.
Right.
And we can't stop ourselves from doing it. Then we at least have to understand who stocked the fridge.
Yep.
The people you follow online was your choice. The
Mm-hmm.
people you're friends with on Facebook, that's your choice. I think that applies universally, except for Instagram. I think Instagram is the one thing right now that I can't even curate it to be something that makes sense for me because they added the whole TikTok thing.
Yeah, the films or reels.
Yes. So if I click on the search function on my Instagram, it's 21-year-old girls.
Yeah, it's some
doing sexy dances.
And I even went to Padawan one. I'm like, I get this every damn day, and she's like, "You got to."
I followed one. I found out I followed one fitness account, and it was because it was a friend of mine. And it's like, well, then you must like girls in athletic wear who dance to hip hop loops and show cleavage.
Yeah.
And so that's all we're gonna feed you. And I'm like, dude, I can't even show my phone to my kid.
Right.
Like without having to explain some weird. And it feels like it gives me the same feeling of like I can't watch television and I can't listen to the radio now because it means I'm going to have a conversation with my kid about an ad for Biden
or whatever it may be.
And it's just like, man, I just want to let him be a kid, and not have to have these weird conversations. And that's how I feel about Instagram right now. It's just like, man, they put all these titties on my thing, and I just want to see what my friend's kid that I can't hold is up to.
Exactly, and that's the other thing too. It was one time Instagram did that to me in church one time. I turned my phone on to actually I had to restart it to turn it off or some stupid shit, and it was just this bikini clad person, and Padawan 3 just started laughing. I'm like, I just like, I don't know. I just turn it off. So it was just like,
You can mute words on Twitter, but you can't like. I wish you could do on Instagram. I wish there were images that you. Cause I'm like, I'm not a prude. I get it, but it is overwhelming, and I cannot imagine being female in
yeah,
today's day and age to realize that it's not the two or three girls at your school that are prettier than you
yeah,
that you have to worry about. It's not the woman at your job who has a little bit more confidence than you that makes you feel self conscious. It's the fact that when you go on Instagram and click the search function, you, even if you're an attractive, confident woman, have to come to terms with the fact that you're one of 1 billion
yes. There is a
who,
billion people on there right
who
now.
potentially all seem to be more comfortable with the fact that that billion exists than maybe you are. And I couldn't imagine, because I just know that at least the females in my life tend to be a little more comparative. Um, I think men definitely
Of
compare.
course, absolutely.
Men front as well, because they
Right.
know that we compare. We keep up with Jones. Like how many people have bought a boat because their neighbor did
Oh,
it?
of course, absolutely. Or this is the
Um,
new toy that they have, or this is the watch, or this is the X, or this is the Y,
yeah.
whatever it is.
But on body image, like if I see a dude who's jacked on Instagram, I'm like, shit, good for him.
Right.
As I eat my hamburger ends,
Right.
and I'm
Exactly.
happy. Like I'm happy for that dude. That's not me. That's
Exactly.
not me. I'm good for you. It's I don't think that the average female Homo sapien consumes that type of information in the same
Oh,
way.
absolutely. 100%.
Yeah.
Absolutely. And Padawan 1 could, it's like you have to hit the dots and say not interested. And so I did that for a week, and I tell you, it doesn't help, because it's always the same damn reel, and I'm like, it's not even the same reel, but it's the same style of reel. It's like, I'm not interested. And then even then they get peppered in down below. Right? There was this one string where I was just really interested in woodworking, so I had all kinds of, cool things that people were making with woodworking and all, and then I was like, oh, cool. And it was just, I was liking it via the search. I didn't follow them, but then it was always, just, girls and all this. I'm like, man, I want to see some sci-fi art, please. I get
Well, it's,
it, but
yeah,
like you said, I'm not a prude. I mean, but still.
it's overwhelming. It's just like I didn't ask for it to be like this. And what's funny is that Instagram does that other thing where it just seems to always know, like the targeted ads on Instagram are wild. I don't think an ad has
Those
ever
frighten
influenced
me.
me directly to purchase anything on any social media app except Instagram. I swear in the last 6 months,
Go ahead.
I have bought several things that it has shown me because it's a and and I you know what ad I'm gonna get when I jump on my Instagram stories tonight? It's gonna be like sick of seeing titties on your reels
Okay,
on
so then
Instagram.
I'm gonna mention
Download
it.
this app that blocks reels titties,
So I'm
and
gonna
it's
go ahead and mention
happening
it
from
too.
home.
Redbubble. See, I got this shirt. I absolutely love this
Oh
shirt.
yeah, yeah, yeah. That's
Okay.
awesome.
It's
Yeah.
off. It's off Redbubble. All right, Instagram. Feed Redbubble to Ralph.
That would be really interesting because I never had Redbubble. The ad that was cracking me up the other day that was on there was for this. It looks like a Pokeball.
Oh yeah.
It's filled with you. You go and you cut with a knife into the branch of a tree.
Okay.
So you peel the bark away in like a band, and then you put the like Pokeball that's filled with dirt around the band,
Ah.
and you open it a month later. The graft that you made fills the ball with roots. Then you just cut the branch and plant the branch as a tree. And it was
Whoa.
just like, holy shit! Like how you might as well just be in my home with me
Absolutely.
because I had like this long conversation with Aaron about like how frustrating it is that it would take me 7 years if I just want to put an avocado in a cup
Mm-hmm.
and grow it from seed.
Right.
And it was just later that day, it was like, if you find an avocado tree and you clamp this thing down, I was like, oh, give me 10. I'm in.
Yeah. And then I'm in. See, that's
Yeah.
it's just that's very. And we just bought a new washer dryer, and I've been seeing advertisements for that shit constantly. Location was off, everything was off, but I saw now this is the other thing I meant to show this to you. This is my absolute favorite dessert. It's a Tortuga Caribbean rum cake.
Nice.
It's from the Cayman Islands. I had it uh almost 2 decades ago for the first time, and I absolutely love it. And we'll see what kind of advertisements I get for it, because it's like it's
Yeah.
interesting that you get advertisements for stuff that you want, because I always get advertisements for shit that I've already gotten, which is like,
Yeah.
okay,
Okay. So George Reister was bitching about this the other
okay.
day.
Was it
Because
in
I
the pod or where was it? Go ahead.
no, he's a phone call guy, so he hits me up like once every. You know, the cool thing is I've always thought I grew up listening to sports talk radio, and now we're in the era of podcasts, and I always just want to assume the best
Right.
that the people who are doing these shows are friends, and more often than not, the only time that these people are ever talking to each other is when they're in
Right.
that situation. They're coworkers. But me growing up, I was like, I want to hang out with my friends and talk sports. So like that's the industry that
Right.
I need to get into because those people are definitely friends.
Of course.
Um, with George and I, that's like I love that man, and he's so good to me. And we talk for every podcast that we put out. We've spent 3 hours on the
Oh,
phone.
that's funny.
And it's the same with Chili's a phone call guy.
Okay.
I'm not even a phone call guy, but like Chili and George Reister, you know, I'm on the phone with them all the time. And George was like, you know, the thing that gets me is it's the stuff I've already bought. And I
Right.
was like, you know, I'm experiencing that right now too because I got my kids saved up and they bought guitars, and then I bought myself a
Right on.
guitar. Um, and so all my stuff is Guitar Center, all of it, like every ad
Uh,
on every platform.
right.
And I was like, George, they're saving you money. Because he said, I wish there was a button that we could click that says, I've already bought this.
Okay.
And I was like, George, if they're showing you advertisements for something that you already bought, they're saving you that. Like that might be an annoyance to you of
Mm,
like, I already purchased this. Why is this showing up in my thing? But like you should be grateful because that's one less thing for you to get tricked by and spend money
yeah.
on. And George is the one that he would call me up on the phone and talk to me about this lettuce grow thing right
Yeah.
here. And and I and he talked me into it. And now I follow Lettuce Grow on Instagram
Okay.
and I still get their ads. And it's the first. So when I go through my stories, it's always the first because you can do
Yeah.
two people's shit ad, two people's shit
Yeah,
ad.
exactly.
And so that first ad is always Lettuce Grow, and it
Wow.
always makes me laugh because I'm like, I already got one. Like we're good. But
Right, right.
I'll still watch the ad just because it's
That's
cool to
funny.
see other people be able to grow food.
See that, and again, that's because you're following them, right? But I've been very militant about muting ads on Twitter. But then if I mute an account, like if I muted um, Bloomberg, right? Like I see an ad for Bloomberg and I mute it, then I never see their tweets. So I'm like, shit. So I got to unmute them and see their ads. But there's a bunch of random shit like some healthcare center from Cincy. I'm like, bye. I don't need to
All my
see
ads on Instagram are like some dude in Pakistan tweeted the word balls and then paid $40
it.
so that people would. So it's just like it's just like some dude's name and then the word balls and then promoted and then
That's
like
it.
10 replies of like why is the word balls promoted into my timeline.
I like, see, that's effective. See, I'm entertained. Even though it's a
I don't
bullshit post.
I don't know why those are the ads that Twitter thinks I need to see. I enjoy it.
You must have talked about balls, but anyway. But yes, but we're coming up on the 11 o'clock hour, so yeah, it's. I mean, I've kept you up because we got good stuff, but Pac-12 football's coming back. We don't know what's going to happen. We got 6 weeks to figure all that out.
Yes.
And then basketball is coming back. We have several months for that to come back. I think that's going to come back a little bit more. I think
Maybe
that's
they'll
as
do
a.
a bubble like a Pac-12 bubble.
I hope so. Did you see that one? There was one proposal. Hode retweeted it, and I think I saw it as well. Vegas is like proposing a 100 team bubble. Do you see that?
Cool.
Yeah,
Sounds awesome. That's the one that have you watched any NBA bubble action?
none.
Have you watched any of the NBA bubble stuff?
I don't watch any. I mean,
Yeah,
peripherally.
it's cool. It
It
really is.
works. It's
I didn't think
working.
I'd like it. The digital fans is, and that's something George and I talked about on the Pac-12 Apostles show a while back before all this shit happened. I was like, George, you're going to be able to pipe in your own crowd noise via an app. We're all going to be watching from
I
home.
remember this.
Fans. And I did not expect any of it to be happening immediately, but I believe that's the future. I
Right.
think when we see these crazy sports, like what sports in the future will look like, I think a lot of them were pretty
Mhm.
accurate. They were zany, but I
Yeah.
think it's just you get to the point where it's a 7'5" guy lined up across from a 7'1" dude, and you are in a virtual seat where you
Right.
can gamble from it's we're really headed for it's Wally.
It
We're
is.
on our way to just living in that existence, and so I think the as scared of it as I am, the bubble is cool.
It
Like
is.
NBA bubble is awesome, and the fan images are great, and the gameplay has been fantastic. And like honestly, I was getting a little sick of like Utah Jazz fans yelling racist stuff at players, and that can't happen in a bubble.
Yeah.
So, ha.
This way we don't. Well, they're giving up their racist ass or giving up their luxury boxes, so that's okay too.
Yeah, yeah.
I
I
think I think one of them, one of the Utah fans, saying it was like I think they're the people that gave up the boxes were like tax fraud or some other bullshit too. So they're on
I
the up and
think
up.
I think I told you all those places that we consider moving,
Yeah.
and Salt Lake and Logan, Utah should be on there,
Mm-hmm.
but I fear for my personal safety the amount of shit that I talk about Utah Jazz
Oh, I see
fans
what you're saying. Okay.
to live amongst them. Like I'd have to be one of those people that has an anonymous Twitter, the
Oh,
people that
you
I'm
would have
always
to be
fighting
a
with.
faceless one, yeah.
Yeah, because I gotta slander the Jazz. I have to. I have to slander the Jazz and their fans. It brings me joy.
That's what I was gonna say. So it brings you joy. Okay.
Yeah, and it's important for us to find the thing that brings us joy. And I don't I don't know if I could live there. I don't know how there's so many ASU fans in Tucson and that hate U of A. And I don't know how you do that
I don't know
openly
either.
in enemy territory. That seems tough. I don't know.
It almost seems like it's there's a different type of hate between the two schools. It's not a violent hate. And what I mean by violent is like a Utah fan isn't going to go ahead and hunt you down. Right? A Utah fan may hunt you down. A
Yeah,
Wildcat fan might not. Right? I mean, it's just you have that kind of play that it's okay. I'm kind of safe down there, right? But then when you go ahead and do it in Utah, then you're like, yeah, I have to fear for my life.
yeah, and it's just I would just I'd probably deserve it. I can't those people. And I don't know if you've ever been to Salt Lake, but they have these Carl Malone car dealerships everywhere.
Absolutely, I've been.
Yeah, and he's a terrible person, and so
In what
he
way? Tell me some more.
he, uh, he raped a 13-year-old while he was at Louisiana Tech,
Okay.
got her pregnant, and then did not pay child support,
Mm,
and only formed a relationship with the son, the product of statutory rape,
right.
after that kid made the NFL.
Oh wow,
Yeah,
that I did
so
not
he was
know.
20, she was 13. They agreed not to put him in prison if
Mm,
he agreed to support the kid. And then he managed to take that agreement that kept him out of jail and countersue to give them something like $80 a month for the
wow.
duration of this kid's life. And then when the kid became famous in his own right, and then if you look up the stories on him and his daughter, who I
Hmm.
think was a WNBA MVP, they
Okay.
only had a relationship once. Cheryl Ford, once she made
Mm,
the WNBA, that's when they finally had a relationship. And then there was like
wow.
him hitting on Kobe's wife. Never really sat right with me. He was an ass. He is an asshole, and they worship that dude.
They do.
And I always just that's my go-to.
That's
It's
the
just
one.
the best player in your franchise should be in prison. He never should have even scored. He's like the second leading scorer in NBA history, and he should have had 0 points.
Do they hold him higher than John Stockton?
Yeah, yeah.
Okay.
I think there's some fans that have come to terms with the fact, like, I'm a Suns fan. I'm a product of the 92-93 team,
Right.
and you just have to come to terms with it. Like, I have to come to terms with KJ and Barkley to some extent,
Yeah.
and Oliver Miller was accused of rape, and Gerard Mustaf probably killed his girlfriend,
Mm,
and Richard Dumas threw his whole career away for drugs.
yeah.
And those were my heroes as a child. And you have to get to the point where you can put the things into context and
Right.
recognize that what they did for you, also who they are.
Right.
And but you can't be the pound of flesh guy. You can't be the graceless person unless it's about Carl Malone. Then you can't.
And then it's okay.
Yes.
How's your relationship with Pitt, by the way? Have they even
Um,
played?
I am a temporary Pitt fan.
Okay.
Hail Pitt.
How's
They
he
did it
doing?
right.
How is Joey Yellen doing?
He got in. He got in a game.
I saw that, but did he do
Yeah.
okay?
I don't think there was much for him to
Mm.
even do. He follows me every time I say some dumb shit about being a temporary Pitt fan. He favorites it.
Ah,
So, and I drove out to California to watch him play
yeah.
in high school. I'm a big fan of him. He's very intelligent, very dry, very biting sense of humor.
Interesting. Okay.
Who also, like, I think he also thinks like ridiculousness is also funny to him. Um, and so yeah, every once in a while I'll tweet some stuff about Pitt, and he'll be the first one to like.
You'll love it.
I'm like, oh yeah, Joey Yellen. Okay, no, hail the Pitt.
That's so
Dan,
funny.
Dan Marino, I'm all about it. Aaron Donald, we got the best defensive player in the NFL. We got the best quarterback to never win a Super Bowl. We got the best wide receiver to never win a Super Bowl in Larry Fitzgerald, even though his degree is from University of Phoenix.
Oh, that's so that he attended there, but he got his degree from UP.
Yeah, before Joey Yellen, because
Ah.
I used to say even Larry Fitzgerald left Pitt early.
Oh, yes.
But
No.
I wish him nothing but success, and their uniforms are badass.
Those old school ones with the bright yellow and bright blue with the script Pitt. Oh, so good.
Just a cursive logo. And they put some dudes in the NFL. Like Larod Stevens Howling, huge fan of that dude.
Okay.
For the most part, it's been great. But God, their fans were so insufferable from 2012 through 2019.
Yeah.
They were, and you know what? And they're my people, though.
Yeah.
And now we're focused on winning. We forgot about Todd Graham, and we're worried about getting this ACC championship. Are we in the ACC? I don't know.
Is that after Graham? Was it Narduzzi or who was it? Who was over there?
It was 1 week of Keith Patterson.
Oh, right.
He was the head coach for their bowl game. And then, I want to say they went with, I never understood the animosity toward Todd Graham, considering he was an emergency replacement for a convicted domestic abuser.
Yeah.
I think my biggest issue with Pitt fans, which I am one of, my biggest issue with us was that we did not hold that coach to anywhere near the same standard as the person who filled in as an emergency replacement for a year. That was the ridiculous part.
I'm trying to figure out what year was that. It was in 2010 that Graham was at Pitt, or 2011?
2011.
Okay. Because I'm going to have to dig through the archive, because I have a recording of the tail end of a Pitt game that he was coaching right before an ASU game. So you see him in the blue and gold. I'm like, that just happened. That was just a year before. So anyway.
I want to say it was like 2016. I was working with Hode. And Graham, I don't know what got into him, but he offered like 12 Western Pennsylvania kids all in a week. And it was like they were all in Pitt's backyard.
Oh.
And it was so far outside of like the recruiting zone of anything. And a couple of reporters who lived out there pointed it out. And I remember at the time I was like, holy shit, this is petty. And I want to find it. I want to find it.
That must have been after that winning season, right? After
yeah.
2012 or whatever it was. Yeah.
No, it was after 20. It was after the national championship season that fell apart.
Yes. Okay.
But because 2015 was the first year covering recruiting, and I think it was after that first season that they just peppered Western Pennsylvania with offers, and it was like, wow, that is some incredible pettiness, and it made me happy. Obviously, none of but yeah, that was pretty funny to me.
That is funny. I didn't know that one. That is brilliant. So then we'll see him at Hawaii offer a bunch of people from Arizona.
Well, that'd be that'd be interesting. That'd be really interesting, especially considering like the current climate of there's always something weird going on with local recruiting, but like of the attitude of high school. I'm going to get beat up for this, and it's me relaying information. You have to understand. I don't give a shit. As long as these kids thrive, as long as these kids, what is it? Tevin Hood, Jackson Hood's brother.
Oh yes, of course.
Flourish. As long as these kids flourish, I don't care where it happens.
Okay.
And so that's my, I can root for the kids to do well for themselves. I don't feel bad about that taking anything away from any integrity. They're children, and I hope they are debt and injury free.
Yes.
Meet a lovely significant other with a great work ethic and a good sense of humor, and I hope they take over the world. Like, that's all I care about. However, I speak to them, and when there is a prevailing attitude, I relay that, and the current attitude of the state of Arizona, its coaches and its best players, are that Arizona State University prefers to go elsewhere for their talent. Arizona State will push back on that, and I know exactly what they'll say.
I think they have to.
In front of me.
Right.
But I think that in a business where you're dealing where you spend millions of dollars to change perception, that perception is reality, and there's nothing you can do to get away from that fact. So if the current perception is that Arizona State, not that they aren't doing enough, that it's a matter of desire, because it used to be effort.
Yeah.
Now it's not about effort. Now
it's about desire.
Do you want us? Yeah. And I'm not here to argue whether or not that's a relevant, salient point. I'm just telling you that's what they think. And and that's what other college coaches think about Arizona State, and that's why they feel like they can come here and get whoever they want. And it's the thing that they feed to the kids when they're here.
Yeah, of course.
They don't want you; they want California kids. So it would be very interesting to see Todd Graham make an effort in Arizona when effort was the issue under Todd Graham, and see if that. I don't think head to head he's going to be able to do anything against ASU, but it would just be interesting because there was an effort issue when he was missing Mike Norvell and Chip Long and
all of those
guys, Delmont Alexander, after all of those people left that had forged all of those relationships.
The people that came back in, there was no backfill.
Yeah, and I think the other part of it was Mike Norvell and Chip Long ignited the competitive spirit in him as a recruiter. So not just as a coach, because he's a guy who is competitive just for the sake of being competitive. So when he had Norvell being like, I called 10 recruits today, and Graham would go and grab his phone and make sure he could get to 11, and that was a good symbiotic relationship as far as recruiting, and that's a big part of why it died off.
Right. That's very. So now, before we sign off, so that just as a one example, right, with high school recruiting, can ASU fill as an example? I'm not saying, but can ASU fill their O-line needs only recruiting high school kids from the state of Arizona?
It's a weird question because they don't have to, and they've proven that whether it's um, Christian Westerman or this year they're going to have Henry Hattis
Mm-hmm.
and a guy from Texas A&M who's very highly recruited coming out of a high school is going to be Kellen Deesh or whatever his
Right.
name is going to be helping as well. You had Casey Tucker come back,
Mm-hmm.
so they've had the ability to plug in people. They had less success with the kid from USC, Roy Helmsley.
Mm-hmm.
Um, there is no need to fill it just from the high school level. I know that Al Luganville said that his goal for the offensive line is for it to function like shark's teeth,
Right.
to where one row falls out and there's another row behind it.
Mm-hmm.
And you can tell from the way that they're recruiting, that's essentially their plan.
Okay.
Um, it might not be the best plan to try to build a culture of people staying for 5 years and only playing as redshirt juniors and seniors
Mm.
before they move on to the NFL. It might not have been the best plan to have several years of everyone that you recruit. You're telling them that the O line coach that's there is not going to be the O line coach, that you're coming to eventually play for Kevin Mawai and not Dave Christensen.
Right.
There's a lot of really unique things about the way that they've recruited the offensive line for Arizona State. And
Is that
um,
an odd position group to ask that question of then?
yeah, just because the West Coast isn't that great for offensive linemen,
Okay.
and offensive linemen are a little bit of a crapshoot because you have guys that you don't know how their body is going to handle the 30 or 40 pounds of muscle that that your strength
You want
coach
to
is
put
going to
them
want
on.
to
Yeah.
put on them. Marshall Nafy, his legs would be numb for the first 15 minutes of every day
Mm.
because they told him that they want him to be 300 pounds.
Wow.
Anytime he was over 290, he couldn't walk.
Mm.
So when he medically retired, um, it was his medical retirement was a weight related issue. It
Wow.
was how his weight was, he thought he could play center effectively
Of
at
course.
280. The program wanted him at 300. And I think, based on some conversations that I've had, Dave Christensen came in, set some unrealistic
Mm.
expectations with the hope of getting Mason Walter and Corey Stevens and a bunch of other dudes just quit the team.
Mm.
Um, and I think you have Marshall who medically retired, and Mason Walter who moved on, and Corey Stevens I think ended up switching to defense. But I think the mindset coming in was like, let's put some stress on these dudes because they weren't super impressed with the roster
Mm.
physically, and so it was like, all right, we'll come in and we'll weed them out. And I've never been a fan of that mindset
Right.
because the coaches are mercenaries. And if anybody ever says like I'm coming to Arizona State as a student athlete, that's a Sun Devil, right? Like that's a Sun Devil. If you want to bestow honorary Sun Devil status on Todd Graham,
Mm-hmm.
go ahead.
Right.
Uh, Frank Kush has a statue outside the stadium, but that's a different era.
Yeah.
Right? Like your your coach can come. You are trying to get the best representative and ambassador to your program that you can, but they are not your program. Your program is made up of your players.
Mm. Okay.
Your players who had a choice and who at this point aren't getting
Right.
paid. So, you know, I always am going to have more of a heart for the people who chose to be there and aren't getting paychecks. So I've never been a huge fan of the idea of coming in and cutting players like they did with Lauren Mondi and
Right.
cut a freshman who was committed since he was 14 years old. There's stuff about that has never really sat right with me, and
Mm-hmm.
I understand why it gets done. But when it comes to offensive line, it's you want the biggest guy possible. And I tweeted some dumb stuff today that nobody liked that I thought was funny,
Ain't that
which
the
is
way? Ain't that the way?
who's the dude who sings the theme song for Toy Story?
Oh God, what's
Got
his
a
name?
friend in me.
Randy Newman.
Randy Newman. So Randy Newman, Randy Newman singing "Short People."
Yes.
These like short people that got no reason to live.
Right.
I don't want any short people. I was like, that's the attitude of these coaches. I tweeted that. I thought it was hilarious. Like one person was like, "Ha."
Yeah,
Um,
exactly.
but I was like, these D1 coaches are out here, and this is their anthem. That short people, have no reason to live. I don't want any short people. And so that Arizona State wants a bunch of size, and the West Coast isn't the best place to get it.
Okay.
And they've gone national in their recruiting. They said they weren't going to do it,
Right.
but they have. They've gone national in their recruiting. So you're not going to get the SEC kids who are 6'5", 320 as sophomores in high school. It's your job to get the 6'3 and a half, 250 kid that might be able to hold that extra 30 pounds,
Right.
play fast and play mean. The Panay Sewell's a unicorn.
Be sad
But
not to see him play, but we understand why.
yeah. I'm with you on that one. I do hope. I don't know how to, because I like Thomas Graham a lot,
Mm,
and he is one of those players that declared. But I really would love to see him be a 3-year starter in
come back.
Eugene.
Okay.
And he's somebody who almost committed to ASU. He's from Mesa. He was here till he was like 10 before he moved to
Wow.
California. And he really liked how straightforward Todd Graham was. But I really would like to see him play, put a little bit more on film, because Panay Sewell to me is the number 2 or 3 pick in the draft.
Yeah.
Everybody else is taking a risk. Everyone in the entire NCAA, if you're not Trevor Lawrence or Panay Sewell, you're taking a huge risk. And so
Absolutely.
I don't know. I'd like to see everybody else give it a go, if it's only for
If they can,
7
even if it
games.
is 6. But everyone's so scared of getting injured too, because that's my whole concern, right?
Yeah.
If you're not doing enough strength and conditioning, you're danger, Will Robinson. It's just
Yeah.
it's frightening.
And week 2 of the NFL season did nothing to
Oh
allay
yeah.
those feelings.
I think it was Justin Karp that was telling me that as well. That it's you see all the attrition in preseason week 2, and so
Yeah.
I'm like, oh, okay, that makes sense. So this is preseason week 2.
Yeah, and the only major injury that I saw, because I saw them all in replays, but the one I watched live, the Saquon Barkley one, it was just like, can't we have anything good?
Was it fairly
Most talented
innocuous?
yeah, he did that like one-legged hop.
Yeah.
Like he had someone that was kind of pushing him out of bounds, and he pushed back against it, but the momentum made his foot lift off the ground, and then he lands on the same foot that elevated 3 or 4 feet to the left, so he's being carried laterally,
Mm-hmm.
and then when he comes down on it, that's just such an unnatural
That was it.
way to land, and it looked like absolutely nothing, and now the dude has to miss. Yeah, he has to miss the season, and that type of stuff. And I hate injuries so much, and
Yeah.
that's the weird thing of like, we're so good at just erasing those from our mind to be able to consume
Yeah.
football. But I think it's that contract of knowing the players know, maybe outside of like the seriousness of like of some stuff like CTE and things like
Right.
that. The players know that there's risk of tissue and ligament damage. Know this, you know it, and I think as long as you support those people, you're not just a fan of the laundry, but you do have that empathy for
Right.
people who are going through an injury situation. There's some people who think injuries are a character issue. Some of them are college football coaches. They think if you get injured, you're a bad person. So
that's crazy.
Yeah. Yeah, you see like people miss a couple of practices because of a hamstring injury, and then all of a sudden the coach says you're not dependable.
Wow, I love these conversations with you and everyone else, because it just baffles my mind that that's actually the way it's run.
Air Force. I don't know if the coach is still there. I
But
think
it
he
was.
might.
Wow.
Air Force was very much like that.
Could that have been military, or was that just a coach?
I don't know. Maybe it was just him. And Air Force has that weird thing where they take 50 commits every cycle, and they put 40 of them on their JV, and they weed it out down to like 15.
Oh, okay.
Because playing JV football when you're a D1 recruit is hard.
Oh, I can imagine.
A bunch of those kids just end up being cadets. They take the scholarship, they stay in, they serve the country.
It's almost just like getting a Stanford.
Yep.
It's just like, you're going to get that education. Oh, man. This was amazing. I can't thank you enough. Love you, love your family, and thank you for this. I
I
know it
love you
was.
too. I love spending time on this and hanging out with you. It's a lot of fun.
Yeah, we had a lot of good viewers here, a lot of good questions, and so it's at least we get some football tomorrow. At least we get some. Is it what game? It's SEC start tomorrow or just Big 12?
I don't know. I don't, I wake up. So I wake up. I water my plants. I look at the lines. I don't actually bet anything because I live in Arizona and you can't.
You can.
Um, I mean, you can if you want to,
Of course.
but I just I make my picks.
We will
And
not admit to such nonsense on here this show.
I've used the online sport. So this is a funny one. I won't name any names.
Okay.
But there is a former Arizona State defensive player who every once in a while tweets out about his gambling habits.
I don't follow players, so I don't know who this is, but you'll have to tag me. You'll have to DM me one.
Yeah, I will. But and Brad Denny will tell you too, because me and him always laugh about it. But he was 100% gambling on college football while playing at Arizona State. 100%, just with it like an online sports book. And I never had considered that was even a possibility.
Right.
And I think it's because I can only see things through my own lens of like I got into betting on sports at like 23, 24.
Okay.
And so it never to me was something, and also I think it was accessible to me in that way until I was 26, 27 before I would start losing money on sportsbook.com. And so it shocked me in the beginning that I was like, oh, there's definitely like college football players gambling on college football. And then I was like, wait, it's probably widespread.
Yeah.
Like, it's probably all over the place. It's just that this guy was dumb enough to repeatedly tweet about it.
Yeah.
And it's not somebody who it's not someone who was like a big player. It's not somebody who a lot of people follow, but it was one of those things.
Name.
Yeah, and it's those type of things always jump out to me. And I sent it. I remember in the moment I sent it to Brad Denny. I was like, "Holy shit, dude!" Yeah, that's not a thing you can do.
Yeah, exactly. Oh man, that's so.
So yeah, I mean,
yeah. When there is smoke, it's not. It's definitely a forest fire.
And then the next thing I do after I make my picks is I usually any other year I would find the game Dave Pasch is calling.
Oh yes, of course.
I watch a 10 a.m. Big Ten game just to support
Dave Pasch. Yep.
I don't know him, but my wife used to babysit his kids. He's a good dude.
Oh, right on.
Okay. And so so I'll watch whatever game, and it's cool to hear Dave Pasch because the interesting thing about him is I think his best trait is that he can work with anyone.
Yeah.
So he's with Wolfley on the Cardinals broadcast.
Okay.
And Wolfley's wild and all over the place, and then everybody knows Bill Walton, right?
Of course.
ESPN uses him a little differently. They use him to break in the new person.
Oh, so interesting.
The person that they want to like elevate to star status over time, they give to Dave Pasch.
Interesting.
So Andre Ware, his first year as a commentator was with Dave Pasch.
Oh wow!
And so I'm always kind of interested in that because I used to really want to be in play-by-play until I realized what my voice actually sounded like. But I'll watch the one Big Ten game and then I'll take usually like an hour break and then 12 straight hours of college football.
Exactly, and it's all Pac-12 after that. Traditionally, but now it's like whatever else we can see.
Yeah, I wonder with the no fans, I'm considering possibly going to some games. But at the same time, I wonder kind of what the point would be, just as media. But
so they would let you in somehow.
Yeah.
Okay.
They would if they're letting media in, they would whether it's through Rivals or the Pac-12 Apostles podcast or whatever. I don't know if they let me. Well, they might let me down on the sideline at U of A since I ran into that UCLA kicker
and made that whole game go sideways.
Shit. I did not. First of all, I did not run into anybody.
No, he stepped back into you.
Yeah.
I saw it. I think I made. I'm gonna have to figure. I'm curious because I don't know if I recorded that game or not. Now I'm gonna have to look to see if it's actually out there.
Kevin McCabe screen recorded a video. I
Did
was like,
he?
dude, I hope no one saw that. And immediately my phones are blowing up because Kevin McCabe tweeted
He
it
did it. Oh
of the
God.
kicker running into me. And I'll tell you what, like, had he, because I think he missed the kick immediately,
Yeah,
but Kevin Sumlin iced him.
I
Or no,
remember.
no, no, Kevin Sumlin iced him. He made the kick.
Oh God.
So,
Okay.
and then he missed the second kick. Had he missed the first kick, I don't know what I would have done. And I was
Okay.
there to interview Khalil Tate, and
Right.
UA doesn't let anybody speak who didn't play. Khalil Tate didn't play. So I knew I
Oh.
was going to have to come up with a different plan for coverage or just go home.
Mhm.
And after I bumped into the kicker and he missed that second kick, I fled.
You just got out. You were like, nope.
I ran it because I knew there was video, and I was, oh shit, I was so embarrassed.
You just left the stadium. You just got out.
I bailed. Yeah,
Wow.
I was like, they're gonna like Chip Kelly's gonna talk some shit, and that's over for me. All 8 UCLA fans are gonna tear me apart.
Double than what happens at the Rose Bowl.
Those jokes are never not funny.
They're not.
A million straight jokes about Rose Bowl attendance. I don't know why it's funny to me.
It's so horrific. I mean, is it does it seat 100,000 or
Yeah.
is it 90? Yeah, see, it seats 100,000. So they're literally running at 10%. 10%.
I'm tapping out, man.
I understand. I was about to sign you off because it's 3. Like Mrs. Jedi ASU, when we go out drinking and she yawns 3 times, we're going home. That's it. Love you. Love your family. All the best, my friend. Have a great Saturday, and then we will talk and stay connected online for sure.
All right, man.
Appreciate you, man. Thank you. Night. Thank you, everyone, for sticking with us. We have the virtual Sun Devil Summit in, let's see here, the 2nd. It is next week. Next week is a virtual Sun Devil Summit, and we're going to be going to probably have football to watch and talk and discuss and everything else. But as always, I appreciate all of you for sticking with me. Thank you so much to Doug Haller. Thank you so much to Ralph Amsden. As always, all of you for sticking with us and making sure that you are staying social. As always, as I have told my guests, I'm going to tell you, I love you. Thank you so much for everything you do. Love yourself, most importantly, and as always, love those around you. And always through the week, whether you're being on social media or you go ahead and text someone or you're talking with everyone on the phone, as always, make sure you do stay social. Tune in to us in 2 weeks after the virtual Sun Devil Summit. We return on the 9th of October, and we will have some good guests and hopefully some more stuff to talk about regarding the season and everything else. And again, so thank you again, everyone. Have a fantastic weekend, a fantastic week, and we will talk soon.